we've got a special uh, edition. This would be volume one, technically, of the Unfiltered Report After Dark with my guy D to the left. What better way to kind of do a little inaugural volume one of the Unfiltered Report After Dark, a little Saturday Night Live without the copyright infringement. Peacock might have to pick this up if anything.
Oh yeah.
Holy smokes, man! The Unfiltered Report After Dark. It's been a long time in the making, and like you said, it's not a rare, but the first time where we get to do this on a Saturday night. It's been a big weekend already, in a lot of aspects, and what better way to keep that juice flowing than with a little after dark action. So,
Oh yeah.
welcome aboard, man.
Thanks, Ryan. Appreciate it as always. I think this is gonna be an absolute disaster.
Oh,
This is gonna be a disaster.
I mean, we got a quick pitch on the MLB Network with no volume on in the background, and as you said, it's going to be a disaster. We're watching the highlight of this dude getting doinked right here, running the bases. But anyways, yeah, it's going to be all over the place. This one probably more so than it's just completely. I mean, the one that we did most recently, you and I, for example. I mean, obviously, a lot of that wasn't scripted per se either, but there was a general idea of okay, we wanted to talk about the Bayern PSG match, and we had that as at least something that we knew we would get to at some point. I mean, this is just a total.
I mean, that took us an hour to actually get into that.
Yeah, but that's my point. Is that this is when you say this is going to be a disaster. I mean,
we kind of clickbaited some of the some.
Yeah. But that's the whole part, right? I mean, the titles. It's always funny, man. I always after every one of these that we do, I always ask. I mean, I'm sure you and everyone else can always vouch for this, and I mean this sincerely. Like, every time we do these, I always ask, like, "Hey, what do you think is a good title?" You go like, "What do you think? You go with this or?" What do you think? Any suggestions? And sometimes I feel like maybe, I don't know how it comes across, but that's honestly my favorite part is at the
Really?
end. Oh, well, not my favorite part, but one of my favorite parts where,
Yeah.
just at the end, just kind of, because you get a great combination of, some of them are pretty straightforward. Like this one's pretty straightforward. It's just the Unfiltered Report. I mean, I guess the wording of it and the phrasing, I guess, will be figured out. But the general crux is there. But with a lot of them, it really is. And I guess this might even be a future title, or it could be even there, like a blank canvas, right? And this one is. I mean, yeah, it's gonna be a disaster, man. It's been 3 minutes and 20-something seconds. I'm just over here vamping about nothing, and that's the beautiful part about the Unfiltered Report, man.
It's Saturday night. It's 11 o'clock on the West Coast, 2 o'clock on the East Coast.
Yeah, I don't know what time it is in the other. It's what is it? 5 o'clock in the UK, maybe 6 o'clock in the other parts of Europe.
It's 7 o'clock in the UK, I believe. Right?
7 o'clock.
8 hours ahead.
Oh, there you go. Fucking. Yeah, I can't do math apparently. Yeah.
That's all right.
Holy smokes, man! Yeah, it's 8 hours because then 9 hours. Yeah, I just completely whiffed on the math there for a second. Wow.
Well,
see, this is
well, a lot of people whiff these days. I mean, just look at the strikeout numbers in Major League Baseball.
So I gotta ask you. So actually, that's a good question. Given that it's a blank canvas and we didn't really have a set thing, but the first time you came on here, we kind of teased it a little bit, and it was the hey, you're a baseball guy at heart. You've loved baseball for a long time, and then there were a couple of years where maybe you took some time off from the game, maybe kind of stayed out of the loop in a way that only recently you're starting to find your way. I think I've noticed you've done I think we've talked about some things briefly, but I feel like now is an opportunity to have a conversation that probably we haven't even had yet at all, and we can do it on the record, which I think is really exciting.
Oh yeah.
And I just kind of want to get your thoughts as someone who loves baseball and has been a baseball guy for many, many years, long before we knew each other, which has been a long time. Just to put that in perspective.
Before any other sport,
exactly. So you know, your first love, right?
Yeah.
And I know something. I don't want to put words in your mouth because it's your story to tell, not mine. But I just kind of want to set a little bit of, you know, I don't want to call it context, but you know, I want to really, because we haven't talked about this. We've teased it in private conversations and whatnot, but we haven't even fully dived into it, which is the perfect time to do it now. So as a guy who's getting back into baseball, you mentioned the whiff rates and all of these different things. I just want to get your thoughts with maybe about a month into the season, a little bit more than that. Not only how does it feel to be back, but what are the differences that you've noticed and the trends and just where do you see the game now? How do you view that?
Well, I think a month in, it's there's a lot of changes, obviously, in terms of how, like, what's emphasized, what teams value, in, you know, and especially in, like, in hitters and pitchers, obviously, as well. You know, I would say from the aesthetic standpoint, like, it's the uniforms. You know, there's a lot more flexibility with regards to, like, it's a lot more lax. Like, the team, I mean, maybe we're expecting to talk about, like, you know,
the on the field
stuff, like just the, you know, production out of players, but like just aesthetically, you know, it's a lot more lax. You got obviously you got the City Connect uniforms. Every team's had at least one or two iterations of them by now. I mean, back in the day, for the longest time, you know, every single team wore just black standard cleats. The Oakland A's were the only team that had, like, the white cleats. So now, but now you got guys who are wearing, like, neon green cleats, and it's I mean, it's pretty cool, I guess. More, you know, allowing the players to express themselves. And there's that giant City Connect one that just popped up on the screen. Pretty sweet. But yeah, I mean, batting averages are down, home runs are up, it seems like, and guys just whiff a lot. I mean, you know, it's guys like Spencer Torkelson are, you know, that guys like that are so invaluable to franchises these days. You know, barely hitting above the Mendoza line, but they can hit 30 bombs every so often. So that's all. And his boy, you know, his teammate Kerry Carpenter, you know, both of those guys. I mean, I don't know what their batting averages are now, and I almost feel like I'm a dinosaur. That's the fact. That's the first category I bring up, batting averages. But you know, because nowadays you got all these other things. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of the things that obviously you got the ABS, right, which has been pretty neat to see. You know, I always wonder with the ABS, like the umpires, like especially the home plate umpire. Like, I mean, I think there was a game that I was watching earlier this season where, like, the home plate umpire there's 5 ABS calls that he ended up getting wrong, and I just wonder, like, does that I mean, as the umpire at that point, do you start second guessing yourself with every pitch, or, you know, that, I mean, I don't know, does it get in your head a little bit? You know, I'm just trying to think, like, someone like Angel Hernandez. I don't know. Is he still?
No, he's not around.
Oh, he's not around. All right.
No, I don't think so. That guy was a disaster, too. Man.
Oh my God.
He probably would. He's gonna sue us. I think he tried to sue Major League Baseball at one point, too.
Oh, that's not a surprise.
So I think he'll probably be suing us soon.
Well, it's the land of litigation, Ryan. You know how it is.
Yeah, the land of the free, the home of the brave, the land of the litigation, man.
So I mean, there's so many changes. I don't think I can do it justice tonight.
No,
but it's good to
get this conversation rolling, right? Like, you got to start somewhere.
It's good to just be kind of watching baseball again. I mean, I'm not, you know, where I was for the first 17, 18 years of my life, where I was, like, locked into, you know, every
but you're slowly but surely getting there.
Yeah, at my own pace, you know.
Do you
I mean, life also, you know, life is also busier now. You know,
I get that.
So as you get older, you almost, not that you filter out things that you invest your free time in, but
that's the whole point of the name.
But, like, yeah, I mean, it's been good. It's been good to get back into it. Like I said, at my own pace, but
okay.
it's crazy. Like, the St. Louis Cardinals, for my entire life, there were always a franchise who was one of the best run organizations in all sports, and they still are. We always liken them to the San Antonio Spurs and New England Patriots.
Yeah, we've been banging that drum for a long time.
Yeah, absolutely.
And now we can finally do it on the record. But yeah, that's
I feel like who are the other analogies that
I mean, there's a lot we've gone over. We can get to that in a second. But I want to. You're talking about the Cardinals.
Well, I mean, even though I'm an American League guy, they're always a team that I just kind of resented just because of how you kind of get jealous of their success. And like I said, for my entire 20 years of life, they're always one of the consistent, well-run organizations, and it's just it seems like they always won the big games, and they played a lot of great games, playoff games, had a great series against the Dodgers, the Giants, the Mets. I'll never forget the 2006 NLCS against the Mets. Remember Andy Chavez's home run robbery out in left field at the old Shea Stadium? I forgot.
That's way back.
Oh yeah, that's. But
that's how.
That's the era, man. That's God. That's the era we grew up watching, and but so I always kind of had like a hate. It's not a it was kind of like I respect what they do, but it kind of drives me insane how these guys are so well run.
Like you said it best, envy.
Yeah, envy, exactly. And I mean, a couple of years ago when they lost 90 games for the first time in forever, it was like.
But wasn't that one of those things too, where part of the envy? Not to interrupt you, but isn't it part of the envy is that organizations like that, much like the Spurs, much like the Patriots, knew when to take a couple of seasons of bottoming out for a little bit.
And look at where they all three. Look at where the Patriots and Spurs are.
And
now.
then the Cardinals on that same trajectory, right? And as opposed to your, I don't want to, we could get into your.
You know what? I think we got a lot of people who got that one covered already. With the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. Yeah. Oh, we dropped the of Anaheim, I think, in 2016 or 17. But I don't expect you.
By the way, that's a ridiculous. I don't think there's enough.
Oh yeah, well, that goes without saying. There's a lot of things that are ridiculous about the organization, especially.
But that's something. That's part of the envy, though, right? Is that not only have they had the success, but like you mentioned, they lost 90 games, and you're surprised. But then at the same time,
and the reason why they're the first thing I brought up is because, this year I'm getting back into it slowly but surely into the sport, and it's like, man. They got some nice young ball players, man. JJ Weatherholt, Jordan Walker, your guy. That guy's been hitting home runs, it seems like, every other night. Even the catcher, Ivan Herrera, that guy's been solid. And Burleson's a solid player too. And our guy, Michael McGreevy, that's the guy I was thinking about the last the UC Santa Barbara. I mean, this guy's a stud, man. It's like the Cardinals, dude, and that entire division is, last I checked, I think every team was above 500.
Far and away the best division in baseball right now, and the most competitive, where all five teams are pretty solid.
And I think we had a conversation about the Pirates, and when they called up Connor Griffin, I don't know, the first week of the season, I tuned into a game they had against the Orioles. I think it was the day that Chris Bassett gave up 8 runs in 2/3 of an inning. That dude's a disaster, by the way. That guy's how is he still pitch? I mean, there's a lot of guys. I mean, look at the Rockies. They still have Senzatella and Kyle Freeland going out. I mean, it's going to be 2042, and those guys are still jerking. 2042.
Kyle Freeland's going to be out there at 52 going out there.
I mean, shoot, dude, it's insane. Lamine Yamal's going to be 40 years old, and Kyle Freeland's
still going to be
pitching opening day at Coors Field, giving up 5 home runs to the Dodgers. Whatever. But look, no, I mean, I think the Pirates have got a lot of young, really nice young players as well. You don't want to get too ahead of yourself, especially in baseball, where it's like development can take a while, and it's not always going to be instant like it is in other sports.
It's a different,
it's a different trajectory, obviously, and someone like I said, Connor Griffin is an exciting young player. In his debut, he hit a double, I think, into left center field, and just the sound, the crack of the bat, the sound that he made, that the bat made on that swing of his was just like, oh yeah, this guy is nice. But the Reds obviously got some nice young players as well. The Brewers seemingly are kind of I guess in the second half of my life, they've become one of the smarter organizations.
They're the 2020s version of the A's and Rays that we grew up watching. They're the new age version of that.
They're one of those teams too. Like whenever they get any, whether it's a young guy, a young arm, or a veteran arm, whenever they get a pitcher to wear the Brewers uniforms, like they always seem to maximize their abilities. Kind of like the Rays, the Dodgers, obviously. So. Yeah, man, the NL Central.
Yeah,
it's like I said. Last I checked, it might be different now. But although every team was above 500, and then just like I sent you a text a couple of days ago, the American League only had 2 teams over 500. the Rays and the Yankees.
I think now Cleveland is 1 game over 500,
okay,
and then the A's are 3 games over 500. So there are 4 teams in the American League that are over 500.
Okay.
2 of which are 3 in 1 game, and then it's Tampa Bay and the Yankees are tied for first place in the American League, and they're the 2 best records. And then you've got, which is hard to believe, 11 out of 15 teams in the American League are under 500 at the moment.
Well, like I said, just as of a couple of days ago, 13 out of 15.
Yeah,
and it's also partly a byproduct of the new schedule formula where you got
the mixed interleague
play happening. Obviously. All throughout the season, and
you're
playing fewer divisional games as well, right?
That's another big thing that I don't think has really been talked about a lot, and maybe as much as it probably could.
Yeah, and there's definitely pros and cons to it, of course, but it's just unique, obviously, because your division rivals, you play home and away, and before the schedule formula change, you would play your division rivals 3 times at home, have 3 different series at home, and then 3 on the road. So now it's only, I believe it's only 2 and 2 home, 2 series home.
Yeah, on the road. It's been a big change, and another big change that I know you definitely, something that we probably, you and I have talked about a little bit, but probably haven't even got about it as in depth in our personal conversations as we can right now, and that's the universal DH. And that's a big shift as well. And so it's not only the mixed interleague play, but now it's the universal DH. And so you're seeing a big shift. And then obviously you mentioned before, just a lot of organizational approaches are different. And that's a big shift over the years. But yeah, that's remarkable, man, that 4 teams in the American League are above 500. And then, we mentioned that the Brewers are kind of like the 2020s version of the A's and the Rays. But, Tampa Bay, we mentioned them and the Yankees tied for the best record in not only AL East, but in the entire American League. And then you've got the A's as one of those 4 teams. And then Cleveland's also kind of in that category, ironically, as one of those. So I'd say those 4 teams probably have been the best examples of doing more with less.
Mm-hmm.
And then, I really think it's great that you highlighted the Cardinals as well. Yeah. And the part, look, that whole NL Central is that's going to be, you never want to be a prisoner of the moment or overreact or anything like that. But I really think that that's going to set up to be one of the better division races in recent memory, where I just don't think there's really going to be much, not only now, but throughout 162 games. So I think all 5 of those teams are going to be in the mix for the majority of the season, which I don't think you get every year. I don't really see any of those teams completely capitulating. I think they'll all kind of be within 3, 4, 5, 6 games of each other for the majority of the season. Now, granted, at some point there will be someone that will separate themselves.
Yeah, injuries eventually.
But what my point is, I think right now, at least my point is that at least up until the trade deadline, well, then I think you might see a couple of teams in that division maybe be a little bit aggressive, or it'll be interesting to see maybe some of those teams just double down on what they've got, and some will double down as far as trading, and then some will not do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll be interesting to see the different case studies of how that plays out. But all 5 of those teams are legit in their own right, and then so you mentioned the Pirates and you mentioned the Cardinals. I mean, the Reds deserve a lot of love too. I mean,
Yeah.
they've got some really fun players, and Terry Francona is one of those guys who's been around for as long as we can both
Oh
remember.
yeah,
And he's one of those guys that as long as he's
Tito.
around, Tito, that any team that's managed by him is always going to be in the mix. And I think this is the best Reds team that they've had with Tito, regardless of how the season plays out, just in terms of talent. They got some really fun young players, man. Sal Stewart.
Oh my God, that's your boy.
That dude can swing it, man. For all the talk about people who whiffing and whatnot, that guy's fun to watch at the plate. You mentioned guys on the Cardinals and Pirates as well, but and then obviously you got to give a lot of love to the Bruins, and a team we haven't even mentioned maybe as much, the Cubs. They're one of those teams. They're in many ways. They're the one team in that division that, big market's going to spend more money than the rest. They probably, they made the big move for Edward Cabrera in the offseason. Like they're a team that I wouldn't be surprised. Like, I think that's why I think it'll be fun to see what will happen as the trade deadline plays out, because I mean, you never know how it's gonna shape, but you would imagine that of those 5 teams, hey, maybe the Cubs are going to be the team that goes out, tries to make a big move. Maybe they don't succeed in doing that, but they'll try. Whereas maybe a team like Milwaukee might just make a couple moves on the margins. Like, Milwaukee's been one of the best in the league at doing that for the last couple of years. I mean, they find a great way of, their farm system is consistently one of the best in baseball. They find players on the margins, or they find guys that have a lot of talent, but maybe they were in places where they just needed some tweaks, or they needed a fresh start. Like last year, Andrew Vaughn, it was a good example. Like Kyle Harrison this year, like guys that just need a fresh start. And then you've got your Jackson Churios, who just came back the other day.
Honey Nut Cheerios,
baby. That guy's a talent, man. Yeah. That guy's really talented. And then look, the Brewers got some really good prospects too that haven't even come up to the big league. So I think all of those teams are really fascinating in their own right. Ironically, right now we've got Quick Pitch on in the background, and we've got the highlights of the Cardinals and Padres, with honestly what I think is a couple of things I'd like to say. A great jersey battle right in this game, for the people that want to watch the highlights of that game, the Saturday night game with the Padres and the Cardinals. But obviously San Diego is one of the best places in the entire sport to watch a baseball game.
Oh God, yeah.
Beautiful ballpark, just that gas lamp area. Oh. The atmosphere is always,
it's great,
the ballpark's always filled up.
Yeah. The energy there is spectacular.
The energy's spectacular. It's not like some of these ballparks where there's nobody there and you can hear a pin drop. But and I got to give a lot of credit to the Padres too. Obviously they just sold a new ownership group, but they're sticking right there in the NL West with the Dodgers.
Yeah, they were supposed to kind of take
a lot of people, the media, the so-called experts. But you know what? They're another team. They find a way. The last couple of years, they might not have been able to get over the hump and get to the World Series, but they've been one of the best teams in baseball, regardless of that. And I think that shouldn't be lost in translation. And then we got another ironic NL West, NL Central highlight coming in right now with the Gigantes and the Pirates.
Have you ever caught a game there?
I've never watched the game. I've always wanted to. That's on my bucket list. Watching the game over there.
I mean, Petco.
That's another beautiful ballpark.
Petco and San Francisco.
Yeah, and we could talk about the fact that the Athletics are now in Sacramento and they're on their way to Vegas. That's something we haven't talked about. Where as soon as they moved to Sacramento and announced the move to Vegas,
now they start spending.
They start
splashing the cash. How convenient.
And that hasn't really been bashed enough, I feel like, either.
Oh, there's Connor Griffin right there. Yeah, no, it hasn't. For years in Oakland, they don't spend.
Yeah.
Notoriously don't spend. And
But you know what, man?
the second they move to get that move approved and
they
official,
timed it. Yeah. Listen, that team by the time that
they go to Vegas, they'll be ready.
Yeah. Listen, that lineup right now is ready for the playoffs.
Yeah.
And they got some good young arms in their farm system that I think they could call up, as the season progresses if they want to. They got a couple of really nasty lefties in their farm system that definitely I think will be worth monitoring. Listen, man, they're definitely a team on up and up. I mean, I think they're definitely one of the more exciting young teams in the league. I mean, Nick Kurtz has been on fire. That's how we get canceled, man. That's
You're just saying his name, dude.
Nicholas Kurtz, man.
Yeah.
It's just like Steve Kerr named his kid Nick Kerr. You can't make that shit up, man. Steve Kerr just got a 2-year contract extension, by the way. I don't know why I've been bringing up a lot of basketball, even though you don't like basketball. We did that last time too, but I mean, listen, man.
We love basketball in this country. What are you talking about, man?
No, I mean,
nothing's off limits. It's UnFiltered report, and we're after dark.
And we are after dark.
We can take this puppy no matter what.
Listen, man, the big Amish, Nick Kurtz, listen, that guy, I think he's on a 33-game on-base streak right now.
That's incredible. I love that.
He's and then you've got Shea Langoliers.
Your guy Soderstrom.
Yeah, Tyler Soderstrom, who honestly has been he hasn't even really fully gotten going, and he's still playing pretty well.
Brent Rooker, right?
Yeah, Rooker's been one of those guys. I'm remember when he was at Mississippi State all those years ago, and I loved watching him. And then he went with the Twins, and he didn't really pan out maybe with the Twins. And baseball especially, but every sport, but baseball especially is the perfect example of a sport where you can't give up on players. Look at
the kid or not the kid, but the 34-year-old in Arizona.
Ildemaro Vargas. Yeah, 34-year-old utilityman, journeyman.
Yeah,
and he's. I think last I checked, he's still leading the league in batting average.
He's in like 350 or something.
That's the beautiful part about baseball, man. You can have guys that can peak in their 30s.
Mm-hmm.
I always think back to like those Blue Jays. Jose Bautista, Edwin Encarnacion teams, Josh Donaldson, where
Troy Tulowitzki.
They had Tulo's different. But my point is like a lot of those guys like Bautista, Encarnacion, even Donaldson, those are guys that, especially Donaldson. All three of those guys were examples of guys who didn't really take off until later in their careers, but in their 30s, there was a stretch there. I mean, people forget Josh Donaldson won a motherfucking MVP.
Yeah.
Jose Bautista hit one of the biggest home runs in recent memory. Dude. That Game 5 against Texas, I have etched in my brain.
Kenny Albert.
Yeah, with Harold Reynolds and Tom Verducci, which I don't know why they ever got rid of those two.
They made a we got rid of Harold Reynolds and Tom Verducci, and we put in a guy who hates baseball more than John's more than Rob Manfred. John Smoltz, dude.
So
listen?
You know what the beauty about the Unfiltered Report After Dark is that we can pivot on a fucking dime, and we don't really have any script or whatever. And I think it's time to talk about Fox Sports with the World Cup in 2026, man. I think it's time to really go after dark.
Hey man, I just submitted an application to them to earn like $50,000 to watch every single game. Okay, they're doing that partnership with LinkedIn or Indeed or whatever.
Is that a real thing?
One of those blowhard websites, man. I don't know which one it is. I think it's LinkedIn.
Is it a real thing?
Or
what is the application? What is it?
Yeah,
it's a real thing. You're not bullshit.
It's like an offer. Yeah. Like,
this was in sarcasm.
No,
this is real.
This is 2020. This is what we're doing, man. 2020.
So what happened, bro?
Let me see. So. This article in The Athletic says, watch every World Cup game and get paid $50,000 for it. Fox One has a job for that. Yeah, dude, it's a legit thing. It's legit. Oh yeah, Indeed. The network announced a partnership with Indeed, which touts itself as the world's top job site. As part of a newly launched product, the candidate who will earn a $50,000 salary will be tasked with watching all 104 World Cup matches from a comfortable couch inside a glass enclosed living room-like cube in Times Square over 39 days, and creating interactive content to be posted on Fox's social media platforms. So there you go.
Oh, that's a real thing.
Anyone looking for a job?
Well, you know what's crazy, man? The Unfiltered Report's taking applications for people who want to do that for free. Without the Indeed Fox Sports partnership. This is a formal. Honestly, we could put out a little job board, but like, I mean, listen, the Unfiltered Report, man. We're gonna do all that without the 50,000. You don't need that application.
No, we just
come take over. Come instead of doing that with Fox Sports and Indeed. Come be a part of a new wave movement over here. We're gonna have wall to wall day, everyday coverage. I'm looking forward to it, man.
Oh boy.
You and the gang are gonna be spearheading, the 2026 World Cup coverage that saves World Cup coverage, especially in North America. Shout out to the Fox Sports team, man. Speaking of LinkedIn, I saw, because I have a couple of, I think I'm connected with Stu Holden. I mentioned this the other day on LinkedIn. I mean, we've never talked. I don't know the guy. He doesn't know me. He has no idea who I am. But maybe I'll reach out to him and say, Stu, you should come on, man.
Dude.
Listen, man, we could chop it up with Stu and John Strong and Alexi Lawless and get those guys on board But so really, that's a real thing. $50,000, and they're taking applications to hire someone to sit in a glass encased thing. That sounds kind of dystopian, don't you think? And how do you put a price on that? Like, how do you know that that's worth $50,000? Like, who's to say that isn't?
Monopoly money, man. Who knows? I don't know.
I mean, I don't know. I just feel like you can't put a price on that. Like, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do that shit without. So we're taking applications, by the way. If anyone wants to join the Unfiltered Report After Dark or the Unfiltered Report's wall-to-wall World Cup coverage. So how many matches in total is it in the World Cup this year? What's the exact number?
Oh, jeez.
What's the exact number? Because obviously it's an expanded World Cup now with 48 instead of 32.
Right. We can get that number in really quick. We got... Oh, jeez. How many matches? 48 teams, man. What do you think about that?
48 teams. I mean, as I've gotten older, man, it's always been twofold. I think there are a lot of things that, part of the inspiration for these recordings has always been kind of like talking about the things that other people don't really talk about on publications, because it's like, they have there's some sort of, and I don't want to sound self-righteous and all that either. So it's a little bit of both, because the way I look at it is this: at the end of the day, it was inevitable. Just like March Madness going from 64 to 76. And you know what? Or like the Champions League went from 32 to 36, and then
or like Major League Baseball increasing the playoff team.
Yeah, the NFL adding an extra wild card team, and then there's been there's a lot of subtle conversations about the NFL going from 17 games in 3 preseason to 2 preseason and 18 games, making a nice round number.
2 bye weeks. Right.
2 bye weeks. It's just this. Yeah, it's
they're not
inevitable.
sticking with the 17-game season for long. We know.
I think most people knew when they went to 17, because the funny thing about sports is that in many ways, much like society, change can be glacial, but also change can happen on a snap of a finger.
Yeah.
And I think sports have always been a great analogy for things like society at large. I mean, I think you can connect sports and use that to talk about anything. That's the way I've always looked at it, at least. Like, you can compare it to anything: politics, entertainment, music, corporate bullshit. You mentioned litigation, like the business aspect, the law aspect of it. There's so many, the market, like there's so many different things that you can do and pinball it from. But yeah, how do I feel about 48 at the World Cup? I mean, I guess the point I'm trying to make is that it doesn't really matter what I think, because it's going to happen regardless. So the best I can do, and I'll tell you what, I will say, I know that the reasons for them doing it is purely financial, but I will say I will never say no to more. sports in that sense. I mean, I know there's always two sides to the coin because the one argument would be okay, the concern maybe, and this will be the part that will be fascinating in our wall to wall everyday coverage that we're going to do, and we're going to set. That's what we're holding ourselves to it because it's on record. And if we don't do it, someone can come and call us scammers, and we don't want that. So we're putting the pressure on ourselves to do that $50,000 thing, but for free. Maybe Fox Sports and Indeed are gonna put us in a fucking glass thing too, man. Who knows?
But yeah, so
32.
In the 32 team iteration of the World Cup, there's 64 games.
Okay,
so now with 48 teams, there's 104.
Wow, that's a huge jump.
Yeah.
So now, So look,
39 days. So June 11th to July 19th. So wow. And usually in the previous iteration, it would be 30.
So I want to know your take on it because I think you can take it to a level that it will surpass what I can say about it. But just to answer your question and then pinball it back to you, I would say how I feel about it. I think I see both sides of the coin of it. I see the concern. I think the global game of international football, the big conversation for many years. Has always been at what point do the players play too many matches, and at what point do we, because I mean, dude, these guys are playing all the fucking time, man. With the club and international. I mean, like baseball runs from March to maybe like the first week of November. The end of March, early April, about till then. Basketball goes from October to June. And then, there's summer league in July. But then, the NFL obviously is August and September until February, college football, August until January, hockey is October till June. But I mean, with the global game of football, I mean, these motherfuckers are playing all the goddamn time. The Premier League and all these other domestic leagues, they're all going to end by the end of this month, and then fucking 2 weeks later, bada bing, bada boom, it's the World Cup. Like, holy smokes, man. Yeah. I think that's the one side, the one coin of it is, at what point do they play too many matches? I know they've added like more substitutions in recent years. It used to be 3, now it's 5, right?
You need more players on your bench as well.
You need exactly, and I think that's been
benches are
I think that's actually been a positive change. I don't know how you feel about that. I don't think we've actually ever talked about that, but so that's the one part of it, and then the other part of it on that same side of the coin would be not only at what point is too many matches, but if you're having an expanded World Cup. Are we watering down the matches? Like, are we playing some matches that honestly we don't really need to be playing in the world's most prestigious tournament? But I think because it's a blank canvas, we don't know. So maybe these countries that wouldn't have made it otherwise, maybe they that's the part I'll be fascinated to see. Will they be feeder and sacrificial lambs, or are they going to really find a way to compete and make it to where, hey, you know what, that expanded thing, like, that was a great idea. That gave those countries a shot, and they proved that they can hang on that stage. So I guess it's a little bit of an open, it's a little, not to keep using the same term, but it's a little bit of a blank canvas.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have a better answer.
But I want to get your thoughts on it, because I think you could talk a lot more about it than I can.
Well, I think the biggest thing is, like, we're going to be, it's twofold, of course. It's great to see new countries who've never qualified, and it's going to be great to and see the fan bases, and that part's going to be exciting.
I think to be honest, that's the part that I'm most fascinated to see, because there's been a lot of talk, obviously, about the ticket prices, and then you've got now airline airfare has gone through the roof recently. With hotels.
Well, I've read that hotels, at least in New York, I think that they're actually taking the prices down just a little bit, just to
because
damage control.
I don't. There's a lot of information out there, so sometimes you kind of have to filter through it. Part of the unfiltered report, like you have to filter through like what's real, what's not, what's clickbait, and what's legit. But from what I could gather is I don't know how accurate of a report this was, but I read maybe a week or two ago where with a lot of these cities where matches are, there haven't even really been that many hotel bookings as of now. And I think that's probably part of the reason why you're mentioning New York, like maybe those prices, I mean, probably not a whole lot, but maybe they're coming down is because the World Cup is a lot closer than probably you and I even feel comfortable to admit and realize. And I think that's going to be one of the big things that we're going to focus on as well, not just the on the pitch stuff and the analysis, but I think I would love to honestly take these, like we're going to do day-to-day wall-to-wall coverage with all the different stars of the Unfiltered report. One of the things I would love to do is try to we're going to have some people that are stars of the Unfiltered report, and they're going to be going to some of these different matches in different parts of the country, and have them kind of give their thoughts on that, what they thought being there, and kind of maybe find a way to take the show on the road a little bit, like talk to some of the supporters out there and get some opinions just from people who maybe are traveling from other places of the world and happen to be either in our neck of the woods or somewhere else in North America. And so I'm really excited for it, to see the atmospheres, and then especially like you mentioned with the new countries that are coming in, and hopefully they're all able to be there. I'm optimistic that the atmospheres will be okay despite the ticket prices, but I don't know. We'll see if that's blind optimism and like wishful thinking, or if that's just like legitimate. I mean, you never know. If that's something I'll be fascinated to see how that unfolds.
Yeah, there's a lot of pessimism, understandably so. The political climate, ticket prices, a lot of different variables at play. But I mean, on the field as well, I think the fact that 48 teams, like I said, new countries, it's going to be great to see that regardless of how they perform, just to see these different countries being represented at the World Cup. But the fact that I think one of the things that stands out most to me is how we're gonna go through a whole group stage phase of the World Cup as we usually do, but that group stage is effectively going to. It's only going to limit. After the group stage is over, you're only going to have eliminated 16 teams, right? So you're going to go from 48 teams at beginning the group stage, going into the group stage. Once the group stage is over, you're going to you move into the knockout stage. You're going to have 32 teams. So you go from 48 to 32 teams, whereas that you're still left with a lot of teams, and so 32 teams in the knockout stage is going to be, you're going to have matchups, or maybe there's a good chance you're going to have
heavyweight clashes in the 32,
prior to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, and you know what? I think maybe it might set up the opportunity for maybe one of these countries to make a deep run that maybe possibly the media might not suspect because of the way the bracket might shape out.
Yeah.
Or maybe that's a distinct possibility, right?
We kind of see that to some degree in the previous.
We had Morocco, right?
Morocco and Croatia.
But I think this might even lend itself. It might further enhance that recent trend. I think there's a real distinct possibility in that. That's a fascinating point as well, because like you mentioned, when you're instead of a 16-team knockout 32, you're going to get some teams getting knocked out in that round that in other iterations would have been a shoo-in to go to the 16 portion of it.
Right.
But because it's expanded now, so I think you're going to get.
You have an extra game to go all the way to the final. You have to play an extra game, obviously.
Yeah. And knockout matches are no.
And like I said, you start with 48 teams, and when you move to the knockout stage, you still left with 32. I mean,
it's going to be murderer's row, man. Because 16, when you're going 16 to 8, 4, and look. Now you got to win 5 consecutive.
It's going to be tough, and I'm not saying that the group stage is going to be effectively obsolete, because it's a World Cup. Every game's important,
especially with the third place side.
With I think like
half of them.
I think 2/3 of them.
Yeah.
I think more than half of them
Yeah.
are going to be of the third place teams will be moving on. So it might actually be half. You might be right, but as we get closer, we'll be sharper on that front. But yeah, I mean, it's there's going to be a lot. Yeah, a lot of teams, a lot of games, and a lot of storylines on and off the pitch. So
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it, man.
it's hard to believe it's only what's today. So it's gonna be May 10th in 12 minutes, and World Cup kicks off on June 13th. So sorry, June 11th. So in fact, yeah, 1 month. And you don't really see much advertising around it's not. Obviously, I wasn't in Qatar, I wasn't in Russia, I wasn't in Brazil, I wasn't in South Africa, but when the World Cups were held there, but I just get the impression that there was at least a lot more anticipation or buzz around the streets in those countries. Maybe not so much in Qatar or Russia, but at least in Brazil, a football crazy nation. Yeah, and you drive on the freeway, you don't see any billboards. Not that I've seen, at least, advertising the World Cup. I mean, you see things here and there, but it's crazy.
Yeah, you would think there'd be more of a hey, we have the fucking World Cup here. Like, let's let's
biggest sporting event
let's
in the history of the world.
welcome the world and show off, the beauty of the stars and stripes. And you'd think it'd be a slam dunk, right? But yeah, in many ways, that's a good point. I hadn't even really thought of, is that you don't really see you just see the Christian Pulisic commercials.
Oh yeah, the new commercial that Fox that they put out.
Oh yeah, and then
with the U.S. winning the World Cup and showing like a
AI generated clip or something like that. Which AI thing do you think they use for that? Maybe
who knows?
Who knows?
Grok.
Probably. But listen, man, yeah, I don't know, man. I think it's just going to be one of those things where, I'm fascinated to see, not only the coverage of it, but yeah, there's
so many layers with every World Cup. There's always so many layers to it.
Yeah,
so many layers. The stuff, the football, of course. You got the politics involved. And then you got the broadcasting stuff, how you consume it, and who's covering the games and whatnot, and just obviously the dialogue, the rhetoric, between fans and fan bases. So yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot. I mean, it's a cultural phenomenon. It's the biggest sporting event in the history of the universe, and it's yeah. I mean, come June 11th, it's hopefully the whole nation will be buzzing, as well as Canada. I mean, Mexico will be, but it's gonna be a lot of fun. I'm looking forward to.
Oh yeah, we're gonna do daily coverage, man. We're holding ourselves to it. We're gonna do daily World Cup coverage, from June 11th. Well, before June 11th, but June 11th, and then all the way throughout the end of the.
There'll be a lot of prediction episodes.
Yeah, we'll do a couple big mega previews and go, really really in depth, and I'm looking forward.
I can't wait to hear your thoughts on Uzbekistan, man.
Hey, you know what, man?
That back line with the guy from Man City.
Yeah,
his name escapes me, but he's gonna be when Fox comes to Uzbekistan, they're just gonna. Oh my God! All these it's gonna be great. All these countries, the big heavy hit. Obviously, the heavy hitting nations are gonna be take up a lot of the airspace in terms of just the dialogue that goes back and forth, the coverage. But I'm excited to talk about the lesser known countries.
That's what we're
doing some research on these smaller nations and talking about them, because.
That's what we're about here at the Unfiltered Report, right? It's giving love to the ones that don't really get talked about a whole lot in other places. That's what we're all about, man. But yeah, man, listen, I think I'm really excited. It's hard to believe that it's so close. I just think there's a lot on the docket, man. It's gonna be really exciting. And I really do want to reiterate, we're taking auditions. If anybody who wants to join us, the more the merrier. So even if we don't know them,
Mhm.
I really want to. I definitely want to do more, like whether it's audio, video, whatever. But just talking to people that we don't know, maybe out in the streets, just finding people.
Go to a fan fest,
Yeah, we should
assuming
we
it's
should go.
feasible to do. I
We
mean,
should yeah, we should definitely go. We should definitely go live at a fan fest or
or
not
a
live,
bar.
but
Just gonna go catch some
yeah,
games at a
that's what
bar.
I'm thinking.
Yeah,
Get it cracking at a
it's
bar. Actually,
intimate setting. You can
yeah.
talk. You
Oh
know,
man, it would be great one day if we could take this on the road and we could like have our own little thing and you know,
I
car-
want to talk to a New Zealander about their
yeah,
matches against.
find someone from Belgium, or the Dominican or
Yeah, I know. Our boy Siobhan would love to talk to some Belgian fans,
Siobhan.
particularly.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get him on here soon. Um,
Yeah, I wonder.
Oh, speaking of, something we're gonna tease for sure. We're talking a lot about the World Cup coverage, but a future episode for the people to look out and forward to. We kind of mentioned it before, but we'll mention it again now. Um, we're gonna do a little FIFA tournament
Is
on
that
the.
is that is that
Yeah,
official?
we're gonna. Yeah, I think we're. I mean, we'll see what the final field is as far as but tentatively, I think we might be looking at an optimistic 8-person field, and maybe we'll have to hash out the logistics, and we'll have to hash out whether we want to do 2 group stages of 4 each, or everybody plays everybody one time and run it from there.
Like a league phase, huh?
Yeah, it's just either Champions League or World Cup style, basically. We'll have to figure out all that, but yeah, we'll air the whole thing, and we'll get live reactions, and then I'm thinking what I was thinking would be a fun idea for that. Is for the people that are there, that we're all kind of competing against each other. You know how they'll have like the press conferences and stuff like before and
Yeah.
after the matches. In between the matches, we'll just have live. We'll ask like, "Hey man, like, what was the strategy there? What happened there? What was behind that tactical decision there? What the hell happened to you?"
Oh,
Like,
I think there's gonna be a lot of scrutiny about your tactics, Ryan.
oh man,
You're gonna be
I'm gonna
parking
get.
that bus, man. It's not
Oh,
gonna be a bus. It's gonna be a freaking cruise ship. Man. You're gonna.
oh man.
Holy smokes,
Holy
man! You're gonna,
smokes,
you're gonna,
I'm gonna
you're
be
gonna,
like
you're
the
gonna
type.
channel your inner Cholo Simeone, man.
Oh
You're
man,
gonna
yeah,
be
I'm gonna be
absolute.
professor of the dark arts on that. No, I'm
If
honestly,
there's a way you
I'm
could,
gonna
like,
be gag impressing the hell out of everybody.
yeah,
Man.
no one believes that for a second.
I'm gonna
Come
be
on.
gag impressing like never
Yeah?
before. Oh
Yeah, you're
yeah.
gonna be playing some nice 1-2 combinations.
Oh, it's gonna be a little Xavi and Iniesta 1-2 action.
Okay. Okay.
Oh yeah,
All right.
gonna be burying
Well,
them
it's
up.
on the record, so.
Yeah, it's on the record, man.
Hey, man.
No, but we'll have to do other. To be honest, I haven't played FIFA. I mean, not the. I've always never been the greatest. I'll make that disclaimer. I'm not. I'm really. I'm gonna compete. I'm gonna go for the crown, obviously. But it's gonna be either way. It's gonna be fun. Just having. We'll have everyone. We'll have that. We'll have to find a way to. Um, we'll broadcast it. I'm just trying to figure out the whether
Logistics.
yeah, the logistics and the timing. I think hopefully sooner than later, maybe in the next week or two would be great. But just to kind of set that up, and then I don't know if we want to record, like video record it or just audio record.
Oh yeah, like on Twitch. sort of
Oh
thing?
shit, we could even do that too. Yeah, well, that's actually I mean, these will all be on YouTube. So in addition to Spotify and Apple and Substack. So I mean, you could listen. You could,
Yeah.
we can continue to expand the places that you could find these for sure, man. I definitely, looking for.
What team are you thinking of?
I don't
Who's on
know.
your short list?
I honestly don't know, man. We have to figure out, what whoever ends up inevitably being in the Unfiltered Reports FIFA tournament. We're gonna have to figure out, are we gonna do like club only, international only? Maybe we'll do it where, you can only use one team one time, or maybe you can only you can only use X amount of teams. Like maybe we draft clubs and international teams. Like maybe we each get like 2 of each, and then you can use any of them at your disposal at any time. But those are the only, we can figure out, like, we have to get. It'll be like the college football playoff, man. When they put all those people in a hotel room and they make it all super complex, and they're like, "Hey,
we got to make sure we got a Secretary of State."
Well, I should say it's not going to be like the college football playoff. I was going to say, because we're going to figure it out. I should have clarified that it would be the opposite. But yeah, it always cracks me up, man. With like the college football playoff, you see these articles where, all the heads of the sport, and the ADs and the presidents.
I mean, shoot. We got a Secretary of State on the commission. We might as well get it. It's only a matter of time. We're gonna get a heads of state. Heads of
shit, man. Yeah, I mean,
maybe Infantino will be on the board, man.
Yeah, are we gonna? They could put Gianni Infantino in the college football playoff.
I don't see why not.
Yeah, really. Honestly, I think he'd do a great job.
I think so.
Today, I feel college football playoff.
He might include the entire FBS. Why not? Right? I mean, expand the college football playoff. It's the college football.
Just make every week a knockout match from week 1 onwards. Just like a survivor pool. It's like the Hunger Games.
And that way, Notre Dame will never miss out. They'll never feel shortchanged.
They'll never miss the playoffs.
Absolutely, they don't.
You know what I think we need to do? We need to find. So here's speaking of future things. So I know we've talked about this off the record, and we talked about it on the record, I think, last time too. But so we're gonna have
this is a real after dark idea right here.
Yeah. So we're gonna have the Unfiltered report.
Oh, jeez.
We're gonna have an award ceremony at the end of the year, to be determined as far as date and time and location. But we're gonna speak it out now. I'm thinking ambitious, and I'm hoping people hold us to this, because I'm really serious about this late night after dark idea that we're about to throw out here. Like, for me, the way I see it, we've touched on it a little bit, you and I, but we're gonna ramp it up right now a little bit.
Hey man, it's officially midnight, so
is it really?
We can take this puppy.
Oh man, we're about to take this puppy in overdrive for sure.
Oh boy.
Oh man.
Oh geez.
Holy smokes, man. So yeah, we're gonna have the Unfiltered reports person of the year.
I'm glad you said person of the year and not man of the year.
Well, yeah, we're gender inclusive, non-binary. We want everybody to feel included,
right?
Not just as far as audience, but as far as nominees.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna take this really seriously. And so this is the first real legitimate shout out. Mm-hmm. And from here on out, you and I have thrown out a couple names, and I want to open it up to the people who are also
it's a public poll.
Yeah. So I want to open this up not only to the stars of the Unfiltered report, but to people even we don't know.
Oh yeah.
And from here on out, we're gonna keep throwing out nominees.
Yeah.
And then maybe second half of the year, maybe sometime in maybe November-ish, maybe early December. Hopefully, from here on out, it's going to be a running thing. I want to nominate this person for the Unfiltered Reports Person of the Year. Someone will come on or off the record, and we'll keep adding names.
Okay.
And then we'll whittle that down to a short list of X amount of people. It might not be a short list because there are going to be a lot of casting characters. We're going to nominate them all. We're going to invite them all. We're gonna pick up. I'm not even bullshitting. That's why I want people to hold. Like, this is a late night idea. I might regret what I'm about to say, but fuck it, man. I'm legitimately serious, and this is the first time I've even said this to anybody. So we're gonna pick out a venue.
Okay.
We're gonna find a venue, or we're gonna do something. We can do it. We can do it somewhere, but we're gonna find a spot.
How about the Kennedy Center?
Could be actually, it's the Trump Kennedy Center.
Come on, man.
That's right. Come on, man. It's the Trump Kennedy Center. But
hopefully they don't deport me now.
No, I mean, why would you get deported for saying the facts, man? That shit might end up in El Salvador if you're not careful by the end of tonight, man.
Oh, jeez.
Anyways, holy smokes, man. But yeah, we're gonna nominate a bunch of people for the Unfiltered Reports Person of the Year. And then we're going to have a whole award ceremony, maybe from here on out. Maybe if anyone has any ideas as well for maybe some other awards. But that'll be the final award of the night. Or, I mean, it might be the only award of the night. But it'll be the big thing. We're going to have an award ceremony for the Unfiltered Reports Person of the Year. we're gonna invite all of these people. I doubt any of them will show up. We'll see. But I'm thinking Yanni Infantino and Marcus Freeman in the same room. Maybe Yanni Infantino gets on the college football playoff committee, or maybe Marcus Freeman runs FIFA and Yanni Infantino can coach Notre Dame.
Oh, jeez.
God.
Who else is on the short list?
With the short list, we have to get it. There's a long way, but yeah, we mentioned Yanni Infantino. I think we mentioned Marcus Freeman's on there.
Mike Tirico.
Mike Tirico's on there.
He's like the Deion Sanders,
especially because you got to remember it's only May. I mean, I think a lot of we got to remember the the World Cup too. We can nominate some of the World Cup. And
I can think of a lot of candidates.
So yeah, there's a lot of people that we're gonna nominate, and I hope we can also. This might be a little ambitious, but maybe a little trophy for the winner to accept as well.
Peace Prize, the Unfiltered Report Peace Prize.
Nah, well, I mean, I think we already are trying to promote peace and love. We love everybody.
Yeah.
We're trying to bridge the gap.
Just like FIFA. We're for the people.
Listen, man. Listen, like I'll be honest. I would love to have like Yanni Infantino on here. I really, honestly, like I don't want to. I mean this sincerely. I've always been. And I think you can attest to this. I've always been. I don't fight people. You've seen, like I don't like to argue with people. I don't like to get into confrontation. Like that's part of the reason why this is not like First Take or, because we're not trying to debate each other. I mean, if it comes down to it and we disagree, that's fine. But and I think part of the beauty of these is we want to celebrate. The fact that we're all human. We all love each other. We're all pulling the same boat. And I think that's another big, inspiration for these, and especially the after dark stuff, because it's like we could kind of talk about certain things that just kind of goes all over the place, and so I would love to just find a way to get. But honestly, I more so than getting these people, I want to get like the everyday people. That's the beauty of these, getting people that have a lot to offer, have a lot to give, and I don't really. But yeah, Yanni Infantino too. It'd be great to have him on here. We could have him and Marcus Freeman together in the same room. But yeah, the Unfiltered Reports Person of the Year,
Alexi Lalas.
Yeah, he's going to get
Gabriel.
Dylan Gabriel's going to get an invite for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there. I'm sure there's some we're forgetting. We'll continue to add over the course of time. But yeah, man, I'm looking forward to that. I want to make it a whole award ceremony. We I don't know where we'll do it. I mean, we might do it, we'll see. I don't know where. I don't want to make any, but yeah, I want to get, dress up nice and snazzy, a little suit, tie, or maybe, something like that, look nice and snazzy. Get one of these little podiums and get up there and do the whole deal. Maybe do a little, how they have like the hosts. We'll
yeah.
We'll have a whole shebang shaboom, and we can open it up to some no free ads. Maybe the early contender. It could be the Unfiltered Reports Person of the Year, brought to you by Fan Kings Draft Duel Poly Kalshi Market. And I think that could be a. You could use the Unfiltered Report promo code.
We gotta get Ozempic in there somehow. Don't forget.
Oh yeah, there you go, Ozempic. Ozempic. Yeah, that's crazy, man. I think I got American Idol in my future. What do you think? I was talking about that earlier.
Maybe we can get Simon Cowell on here or something.
Simon Cowell. He does America's Got Talent now. Yeah.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Pierce Morgan's still on that show?
No, I don't think so, man. I think that was
he's on the bigger and better things, probably.
Yeah, probably. I think he has some sort of fucking some. I don't know, man. I don't pay attention to that stuff as much, but yeah, man. We'll have to do one of these. Fucking definitely for sure. We're gonna do the first annual, the Unfiltered Reports Person of the Year ceremony. I'm looking forward to that, man. So
Very
anybody from here
ambitious
on out,
ideas we got.
yeah, we'll see. I don't know where we'll do it. Again, I might come to. I'm gonna really try to set this up. I want to legitimately, whoever wants to come, we'll maybe no, really. I want to open it up to whoever wants to come and be a part of it, and we'll have we'll have an audience.
Right.
We'll have a bunch of people come hang out, and maybe we can partner with some like really good food places or something. Maybe they want to some of these like really good restaurants that deserve a little bit of love. Maybe they'd be willing to host us for the night, and as long as they're willing to potentially get canceled afterwards, because it's definitely going to be an explosive night at the end of the year.
Wow.
But we got a long way to get there. I mean, this is only for volume 1 of the late night, the Unfiltered Report After Dark. I mean, can you imagine? Holy small! By the time we get there, whew. So yeah, I want to open that up to anybody on here in the future.
I think Taylor Rooks should be on that short list as well, perhaps.
Yeah, I think she already got a nominee the other day.
Really?
Yeah, I think she got shot. Yeah, I think she already got thrown in there. See the beauty about the Unfiltered Reports Person of the Year is that it's an all-inclusive list, and that it's kind of like the your guy thing. There's a little bit of ambiguity as to who's actually your guy and who's not. You know what I mean? So for every,
I mean, if Dylan Gabriel's on the list, dude, I think we have a good idea of who's,
Dylan Gabriel, man, holy smoke! I really think Atlanta should trade for Dylan Gabriel so they could have Dylan Gabriel and Tua in the same quarterback room with Michael Penix.
The left-handed quarterback.
Yeah, the lefty trio. I don't know if that's ever happened in league history either, with 3 lefties on one team. Someone will have to find a stats guy who can dig in and find that. But off the top of my head, I don't think there have ever been 3 lefty quarterbacks on the same team before. And if there haven't been very many. But yeah, I'm looking forward to that with the trophy. We'll have to open that up. There's a lot of options here.
Yeah.
But the beauty about being on after dark, we can go back to where we were at any point. We can keep ping ponging back and forth. So we were talking about baseball earlier.
Mm-hmm.
There were a couple of divisions and teams that we didn't talk about. Going back to that.
Which division you want to hop to, man? Which one?
You know what? I'm gonna hop to the NL East because Malik and we talked about baseball for about 2 hours. Shout out to Malik, man. I also want to shout out Malik because I know Malik wants to come in here and talk about Didier Deschamps in a couple of days.
In response to Vince and his Deschamps take. Or
I don't know, just in general. I mean, shout out to Vince too. Vince will be back too.
Yeah.
Love both.
I think they both kind of have like.
I mean, we're all brothers, man. Those
Malik
guys,
and Vince kind of have opposing views on Deschamps, don't they?
I'm gonna let them speak for themselves. I don't want to. But no,
it's gonna be good to hear.
Yeah, I want to shout out Malik and Vince and Fidel. Shout out
the whole crew.
On camera superstar right there, man. That's
social media manager, on camera superstar.
We got these are the superstars of the Unfiltered Report, man. But I want to. We talked for like 2 hours, and there was one guy. It's just I don't know. Things happen sometimes. You completely you.
In the NL East.
Oh yeah, Christopher Sanchez, man.
Oh yeah.
Oh brother, I love watching.
He's on the bump tomorrow against Colorado.
Oh man, I love watching that guy pitch. I mean, he's up there. I mean, if he's not my favorite, he's in the short list of favorite pitchers to watch. He's kind of up there. We were talking about Michael Olise the other day as some of the most exciting players in sport right now. Listen, I think Christopher Sanchez is kind of in that similar, for me at least, and ironically both lefties. Just one does it with his left hand, with his left arm, and the other one does it with his left foot.
How, right? Like left-handed, left-footed footballers or athletes. Yeah. I mean, Ken Griffey Jr., man.
Oh,
greatest swing in baseball.
Oh,
left-handed.
Yeah.
If he was right-handed, that's
poetry in motion. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's pretty cool. Shout out,
just like basketball too, man. There's nothing a lot. When you see a lefty jump shot, and
And I just like with Tua when he. Oh, never mind, not Tua, but that doesn't apply to football apparently.
Tua Tagovailoa, man.
Tua,
You know what? Tua's on the short list too for the UnFiltered Reports Person of the Year.
Hopefully, he can make it to December. Okay. I mean,
I think it depends who gets the starting job in Atlanta. If he's holding a clipboard, I think he's a good shit. He can make it, but
I don't think Michael Penix has any knees left. And if he's. I think it's got to be Tua.
That's gonna be fun, man. With Kevin Stefanski over there now.
How do you feel if you're Drake London and Bijan Robinson? Hey
man, time will tell. I think that's going to be a fascinating situation to see how that plays out as we get closer to football season. We'll continue to, and we'll talk about it now too, of course. But yeah, before we do
Christopher Sanchez.
Yeah, Christopher Sanchez.
The floor is yours.
No, I don't even have much to that. I mean, we could be here for hours, but I just wanted to briefly say that I'll let him watch tomorrow. He's on the bum. I'll let that do the talking. But yeah, dude, that sinker, I don't know. They call it a sinker. I don't know what the hell you call that thing. It's about 96, 97, and it moves in ways that a baseball shouldn't move like that and be thrown that hard. And, he's a unique guy because, he's a 3-pitch guy. And it's fascinating. It's always fun watching different starters, for every Christopher Sanchez, you get another guy who's got like 5-6 pitches in the arsenal. But yeah, listen, man, that guy's a joy to watch. I just don't know how you hit that guy at the plate. The Phillies have been playing pretty decent baseball with Donnie Baseball at the helm as the interim. The NL East is a pretty solid division, man. The Nationals are scoring a lot of runs. I think last I checked, they're top 5 in runs scored this season.
I checked a week ago; they were number 1.
Yeah, I think they dipped a little bit, but the big thing with them, they're still rebuilding. We talked
ahead
about
of schedule, maybe.
Yeah, I think Miami's another team to keep an eye on too. We kind of talked about them a little bit, but and the Dodgers and the Braves are playing this weekend, and Atlanta's been, in many ways, you could argue they've been. If they haven't been the best team in baseball, they've been pretty close. I think it's been them, the Dodgers, the Padres, the Yankees, and the Rays. And then those NL Central teams, I think those have been the best teams in baseball so far.
Atlanta's got Spencer Strider back, which is a big.
Yeah, that guy when he's healthy, he pitched great today.
Yeah, he did.
But that that lineup,
Matt Olson, that dude is just.
Matt Olson's Mr. Consistency,
he's just
man.
Every year, man.
Yeah,
year in, year out.
He doesn't. They always say the best ability in any sport is availability, and that dude. You can pencil him in a lineup in the same spot every day, 162 times a year. But yeah, dude, Spencer Strider, it's big to have him back. Chris Sale's
one of my favorite players to watch. I love Ozzie Albies, man. I've always been an Albies guy.
Yeah, him and Acuna have always been, And then listen, that Drake Baldwin.
I was gonna mention that's your guy, dude.
That guy can swing the stick.
Wow. I told you the other day. It feels like every day I look at the box score for Atlanta. That guy's got he's like 3 for 5 with a couple doubles, some runs batted in, and he's just a hitting machine.
Yeah.
And he was a rookie last year, correct?
Yeah.
Did he win the rookie year?
It did.
Well, regardless, he's taking his game to another level this season. Obviously with
he did win rookie year.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
Great rookie campaign. And he's just on an upward trajectory.
He did win rookie.
And the dude, like I said, he that's a guy who just rakes too. And he plays a position.
But you know what? He's a guy who won rookie of the year last year. But he's taken it to another level this year.
Right. That lineup is scary, man.
Oh yeah.
We haven't mentioned Michael
Murderer's
Harris.
Row, man. Michael Harris, and he's in the bottom of the order.
A lot of times he does. Yeah. They moved him up to the 5-hole a bit more. They've actually had him hitting cleanup the past couple of days.
Yeah. But, in the past.
In the past, in the season, he was hitting 8 in the 8 hole.
So it just goes to show you the depth of that lineup. Because
top to bottom. Yeah. Austin Riley hasn't even got things going. He's a nice player too. Yeah.
Listen, I think I've always
obviously Acuna's in.
I've got a lot of credit to Atlanta, man. They've been, it's kind of like we were talking about with the Padres, like with Atlanta. The only difference being is Atlanta's actually won the damn thing, but they've been one of those teams, man. Like, for the last X amount of years, I mean, I know last year was a little bit of a dip for him, but I mean, I think anybody who kind of is in tune with it isn't surprised at what Atlanta's doing to start the year. They've made the smart decision of not overreacting to last year.
I mean, last year was just decimated by injuries.
Oh yeah, and but some teams overreact to that,
Yeah.
and that's why I give credit to Atlanta, where they've really, they stuck with it. They said, hey, you know what, last year was a wash. We chalked that shit up. You know, guys had down years, guys were hurt. Let's just get healthy this upcoming season, make a couple of tweaks here and there, and yeah, dude, they're rolling, man. They're a really fun baseball team. They're going to be a tough out in the playoffs. I mean, I don't know how far they're going to make it. It's a long ways from there, but I don't expect them to, drop off or anything. I think they're going to be playing like this all year, so long as they're healthy. And on the subject of the Braves too, R.I.P. Bobby Cox.
Yeah, Bobby Cox, man.
I saw that this morning.
Storied manager, great manager, obviously, great, even better person. And, he was obviously with a big part of the Braves, when we were growing up.
Yeah, he retired when we were pretty young, but he was still around, obviously.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, and he was a manager for those great Braves teams in the 90s as well.
Yeah, and won a lot of games.
Yeah. I mean, when I think of the Braves, I always think of Chipper Jones.
Oh, yeah.
I think of Freddie Freeman. I think of obviously Ronald Acuna and these guys. I think of Bobby Cox as well.
Yeah.
Bobby Cox.
He's a legend.
Yeah.
Legend of the sport. One of the best managers in the history of the sport. And rest in peace. That was definitely. Man. I saw that this morning. I think you sent it actually. So rest in peace. Condolences to the family. And look, again, I got a lot of respect to the Braves. I think we do. We didn't talk much about the AL Central and the AL West either, and a couple of those teams in the East.
I think that's not by coincidence, Ryan.
Yeah. The AL Central's been a disaster for such a long time, man.
The AL Central is the AFC South of Major League Baseball. And it's always been that way in our entire life.
Which one's better?
Not to shoot strays at the AFC South. Of
Which
course.
One's better?
I would. Oh, geez, that's a good question, man. I would lean towards the AFC South because at least they had the Manning years with the Colts.
Yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah, I mean with the AL Central, it feels like there's never been a year where there's been. I mean, maybe the odd year you'll have two teams contending for a playoff spot, but I can think of seasons where every other division's had like two or three teams battling out towards the end. We've been talking about the NL Central a lot. No, I will never forget 2015 when the Pirates, the Cubs, and the Cardinals all won like 97 plus games. The NL West just a few years ago with the Giants and Dodgers winning like 108 plus games or whatever. I mean, the Dodgers finished second place, or was it the Giants that finished second place?
No, it was the Dodgers. That was the one year the Dodgers didn't win the division.
Right.
They came in second by one game,
and then they
beat them in 5 games in the
and the game 5 in San Francisco.
Yeah. And the Giants team
out of nowhere.
Look,
it was you got career years from a lot of these guys.
It was a fluke year, but that team.
Well,
that team for that 1 year, I mean, they gave that Dodger team everything they could handle. It came down to the last pitch in that series, and
reminded me a lot of like certain title races we've seen in the Premier League, where you just got these teams trading blows and seemingly never losing. Like they're always matching each other. Liverpool, Man City, several years ago to some degree. Liverpool or Man City and Arsenal this year. Although maybe not as much, but yeah, and I mean the NL East, obviously in what year was it? 2010, that unbelievable finish to the regular season where the Braves choked a playoff spot in the last day of the year. The Braves and the Cardinals got in their place by winning a game in Houston back when the Astros were in the NL Central. Simultaneously in the American League, the Orioles beating the Red Sox to finish the Red Sox season, to eliminate the Red Sox in the last day of the season. And then the Rays having that incredible finish at the Trop with Evan Longoria, hitting those big, having those big hits. That was one of the most epic ending to a season ever. I mean, and nothing's topped that since. Remember what we're talking about? 2010?
Yeah. I remember that. No,
the Red Sox meltdown, the Rays taking their place, and then the Braves meltdown, the Cardinals taking their place. 2011, because that's the year the Cardinals.
I do want to say the one AL Central team from there. I mean, that I want to
Cleveland, right?
I mean, Cleveland, no, in the present, but I'm going back about a decade ago with those Royals teams.
Well, we're not like. We're talking about the division as a whole.
No, I just wonder. While we're on the subject of the AL Central, because I mean,
talk to Bond
that year in particular, where
2015.
When it was
2014 too.
When it was, remember, I always will never forget that season because that was the year where the A's were. I mean, they were the best team in baseball in the first half of the year.
I think we talked about it in the first recording.
And we did. I'm pretty sure. And so it's just worth bringing up again, but. The AL Central's been dross for a long time, man. It's been tough.
You've had these cycles of, I mean, in the early 2010s, the Detroit Tigers with Miggy and
those Tigers teams.
Prince Fielder, Justin Fields, Justin Verlander,
Prince Fielder,
Justin Verlander, Max Scherzer, Rick Porcello. Ian Kinsler as well in that lineup. Brandon Inge, remember Brandon Inge?
Yeah, there you go. What a throwback.
There's guys I'm also forgetting as part, but they were the team that was from that, like kind of like how the Phillies had.
Remember they had David Price at one point too.
That's right. Yeah. But the Phillies had that window from like 2007 to like 2011 where they were.
Oh, those Phillies teams were that rotation back in the day.
Oh, dude, I know.
With Cole Hamels, Cliff Lee, Roy
Talk about left-handers. Cliff Lee, one of my favorite pitchers to watch. Back in the day. Remember? I mean, we're going all over the place. But remember that postseason run he had with the Rangers in 2010 when he got traded from Seattle to Texas? 2010, halfway through the season. Cliff Lee. I think it was very resemblant of the CC Sabathia second half with the Brewers in 2008.
Oh, man. That was one of the best runs in recent memory.
Yeah.
I mean,
when they traded from Cleveland to Milwaukee.
Oh, yeah. I mean, dude, every time he was on the bump.
And that was Cliff Lee in 2010 with the Rangers, that Rangers team. I mean, he was sensational, dude. He was such a dominant. He's one of those guys. He was a great pitcher of his era, of course. He's one of those guys that maybe not good enough to be talked about.
Shouldn't be forgotten, though.
Right? Not exactly. And those Rangers teams. As an Angels fan, like I remember them very well. Like those Rangers teams had a lot of those guys. Elvis Andrus, one of my favorite players of all time, Michael Young. Michael Young is up there in the D
the D Hall of Fame.
Oh, absolutely! Just everything I love in a ball player, man. Great defense. The dude just, I mean, he didn't always hit from. I think the most home runs he's hit in his career in a season was in the mid 20s. But dude, the guy just
a hitting machine, right?
Yeah, I think in 2011 when they went all the way, they took all the way to the World Series, lost in that heartbreaking World Series to the Cardinals. He had a career year. He had like 338. And he was a big part. It was one of his last seasons. I think his second to last season in the big leagues. So before he retired, but yeah, I mean Elvis Andrus, Ian Kinsler, Michael Young, Josh Hamilton, Vlad Guerrero, Nelson Cruz, Mike Napoli, of course,
Neftali Feliz back in the day.
CJ Wilson was a really good pitcher for them because remember he was a reliever for his first couple of years in the league. Transitioned him to a starter. He became their
people forget he was really good at one point.
He was. I know a lot of Angel fans will maybe clown him, and rightfully so. With the Angels, he did have a pretty good year as well when he was an All-Star, named an All-Star. But he was fun
to watch for.
Oh yeah, he was. They had Matt Harrison, of course, in that rotation.
Yeah, there you go. Man, there were some really fun
Derek
players
Holland.
back in the
Derek
day.
Holland too. He's another guy.
Derek Holland.
I'm telling you, man. These
lefty throwback.
These lefties are getting a lot of love tonight.
Oh man, it's a lefty night.
Yeah. So, but yeah, man, those Rangers teams were great back in the day. But I think I brought them up because we're talking about the Tigers. The Tigers were kind of like that team in that era as well, where they were going all in and trying to win a World Series.
Those were some pretty good Tigers teams. Yeah, back in the day.
There was a period there where they were taking the AL Central was all that it was theirs every year. And before them, it was the Twins and White Sox kind of trading blows. The Twins having those good teams in the late 2000s with Joe Mauer, Justin Morneau, another left. Both Mauer and Morneau.
Both of those guys left.
Both guys who, I think Mauer was on the
on the MLB The Show cover at one point.
Right? No, yeah, he's a Hall of Fame. Did he get inducted this year? I think he did.
I mean,
I think he did. I'm pretty sure, but and rightfully so. Like, great, and with him, it was always health too.
Yeah, with Morneau,
Morneau as well. Morneau had that concussion. I still remember the concussion he suffered in Toronto, sliding at second base, gets a knee to the head. Never the same player after that, but he was sensational.
Yeah, he was a really good player.
Something I always remember with him is that home run derby in 2008 at Yankee Stadium. Everyone talks about the Josh Hamilton, of course. I mean, right? Understand he was saying like he had like 100 home runs in that home run derby. But remember who actually won that home run derby? It was Justin Morneau.
Yeah.
And that's
but that's also
it's kind of an indictment on the format.
That also shows because when people think of that, that's one of the few cases where you remembered the Josh Hamilton performance in that.
Yeah.
But like you said, because I mean he emptied the clip in that one round and he had nothing left in the tank.
Yep.
And then you mentioned Josh Hamilton. That's another guy who the Angels signed. And that's a whole can of worms in its own way. I won't make you talk about the Halos if you don't want to, man. But I mean, we could be.
Well, we're real quick while we're talking about the Halos. One of arguably our greatest player, one of the greatest players in our franchise history, recently passed away. Garrett Anderson. Just want to pay some respects, give a shout out to him, and
rest in peace.
Rest in peace, man. To talk about model of consistency, this guy was everything. He was everything that you asked for in a ball player, man. From the time he came up, showed up to the big leagues with the Angels, part of a great outfield with Tim Salmon and Jim Edmonds. Obviously, this was before my time. I wasn't born when he first came into the league, but I was fortunate to be able to watch him in that latter half of his career. And he was just a model professional in many ways. He always struck me as someone who was just so, ice in his veins, just always just a calm, cool, collected head. All he did was produce and show up to the ballpark every day. And he raked, maybe these days, he wouldn't be viewed as favorably by like a lot of the advanced analytics because he never walked. He was a guy who came up to the plate and he never struck out either. He wasn't a guy who struck out. He wasn't a guy who walked. He was a guy who just hit. He hit one of the most memorable performances, probably the most memorable performance aside from the World Series was when he had like 10 RBI in a game against the Yankees, I think in 2007 or something like that. But that's exactly what he did for the Angels. He was so big. He hit extra base hits, driving runners in, and just being consistent year in, year out. One of those players like a Michael Young, where not good enough to probably be in the Hall of Fame, but just what he meant to the Angels was so significant. And I can't mention Garrett Anderson without mentioning the 2002 World Series and of course the role he played. He had the big hit in Game 7, drove the runners in, make it a 4-1 game against the Giants, and which ultimately obviously won the game. The Angels won the game, won the series. He was a big part of that team, a really big part of the team. Both his production, middle of the lineup, but also just kind of the presence that he had in the clubhouse. You hear these guys. I listened to Tim Salmon and Darren Erstad talk about him the day he passed on the Angels broadcast, and he just a great guy. And actually, a really interesting anecdote is that I spent some after high school. I spent a couple years at Irvine Valley College.
Yeah,
taking some classes there before I transferred to university, 4-year university, and I actually ran into Garrett Anderson. Huh? He took classes at IVC.
Oh, I never knew that.
In his post-playing career, yeah, and he just did it to just for fun, I think, just to keep himself busy.
Never knew that.
And I remember, and one of my biggest regrets is I saw him a couple of times, and one day in particular where I was really close to crossing paths with him. I was sitting at a table, and he had walked out. First of all, I saw him, and it didn't click at first. It was like, this guy looks familiar, but I can't like connect the dots. And then I after a few seconds, like, holy crap, that's Garrett Anderson. That's Garrett Anderson. It was like, and obviously he stands out. Most people at IBC are, we're our, late teen, 17, 18, 19 years old. Like, and this guy, obviously like a middle-aged guy. And it's like, so it's like, he grabbed my attention, and I was so close to like going up to him and just like asking him, for a picture or whatever. And I didn't. And I regret it all the time. But, I think part of it, I was just like, I didn't want to like bother the guy while he was just, but everything I've heard from him is like, he's the kind of guy who would have been happy to talk, to chat ball. And, he was, yeah, I mean, it's gut wrenching when we heard of his passing, I think 53 or something. Young, he was young. And, yeah, so like I said, just a big part of the Angels franchise, and played such a huge role in that 2002 World Series team. And I mean, I have bobbleheads of him in my bobblehead collection, and I had a lot of memories. He was another one of those guys who had a sweet stroke too. Really underrated. Just a smooth. He didn't have a lot of movement in his swing. There wasn't a lot of moving parts, not a lot of wasted movement. He just had just a really beautiful stroke. And really, like I said, just a fun player to watch. And
rest in peace, man.
Yeah, those Angels teams, man. That was the heyday. That was.
I hope for all the Angels fans' sakes that they can find their way back to that. It's not fun seeing the Angels, just being stuck in mediocrity. And I mean, they've been brutal this season. I mean, holy smokes. That's been one of the words of tonight, by the way. Holy smokes! But it's been a disaster for the Angels.
Kurt Suzuki on the short list. Artie Moreno.
Artie's
gotta be.
Artie Moreno. Oh, there you go, Artie Moreno. Officially,
absolutely.
As of I can't believe we didn't phone me. Now, yeah, Artie Moreno, and you know what? Close enough. He should probably definitely show up.
Yeah, dude.
Artie Moreno, congratulations on being nominated to the UnFiltered Report's Person of the Year.
Love it. We're getting some diversity in here too.
Expect to get an invitation in some capacity sooner than later. I would love to get Artie on here. You know what? Kurt Suzuki's he's a Titan, man. He gets some love, man. I always got love from my Titans. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, too, man. I mean, what the hell was Kurt? I mean, they could have. I mean,
with all due respect. I mean,
with all due respect,
my brother Noah always mentions this, and he's completely on the money. And I'll give him a shout out here. He's going to come on at some point and talk baseball, save baseball coverage.
I love it, man.
But no, I mean, dude, the managers in baseball. Not to say they are obsolete or mean nothing, but I mean. Kurt Suzuki, you could have Joe Torre, or I mean, you could have whomever, Bobby Cox, and it wouldn't change a thing. With the Angels, I mean, we have plenty of people who could speak just as good, if not better, than I can to the problems that plague the Angels, but it starts at the top, and it's a foundation. It's an organizational disaster, and Kurt Suzuki's really more of he's not the cause or the source of everything that's wrong.
I mean
like you said, if anything, you kind of feel for it's like
what's he supposed to do, man?
I know exactly. Yeah. I mean,
that team has no chance, regardless of who the manager is. So I think, if anything, you just you let Kurt get another year or two and see what he can do with at least maybe a somewhat more competent roster. Although, I mean, who's to guess what's going to happen in the future? But yeah, I mean, I think you mentioned it too. Look, baseball managers, it's not like they don't do anything. There are tactical decisions that a baseball manager has to make within the flow of the game.
Of course.
But
it's like the bullpen stuff.
Yeah,
bullpen.
You have to manage the bullpen. You have to obviously just your pitching staff in general.
Right.
You have to determine your batting order. Who's going to hit where? Who's going to play at what position? Right. You have to, and then within a 162 game season, you have to find ways to get guys rest days potentially, or it's
not easy. And we're not saying
you know,
it's
and
it's
then
a
and you have
walk in the
to,
park.
pinch hitting and stuff like that. Although, with the universal DH, that's a part of managerial stuff that is kind of maybe shifted a little bit.
I mean,
But I think nowadays you see a lot more managers in baseball specifically that are just kind of extensions of the front office. I mean, not to say that you don't see it in other sports too. I mean, you see it a lot in other sports like basketball, football, even. I mean, maybe basketball more so, but definitely baseball the most. Where there's an organizational directive from the top on down of like, hey, this is how we're going to play baseball. The Brewers, the Rays, like those sort of teams. Like there's an organizational demand. Even Dave Roberts and the Dodgers. There's
Friedman, dude.
Friedman's pulling the strings, and
It's
Dave
a whole orchestra.
Exactly. Dave Roberts is just a part of the orchestra.
Right.
And so again, not to diminish what baseball managers do, like you said, but in Kurt Suzuki's case specifically, I mean, there's nothing he could do, man.
No, I mean, yeah. I mean,
so Artie Moreno definitely is on the Unfiltered Reports list of nominees for the Person of the Year award. There's going to be, also ironically, we've got, I think we've had Quick Pitch on loop now for this might be like the second, or I don't know how many times we've been watching this on replay, but another team in the AL West we haven't talked about is the Houston Astros.
Really unfamiliar territory that they're in at the moment.
In recent memory, I think they're entering for sure another one of those rebuilding phases. Carlos Correa is out for the year as of a couple of days ago.
Yeah, and he was having a pretty nice start.
Listen, man, they just banged up. They're not healthy.
Staff,
the pitching staff is banged up. I think they're at the very least.
Yordan Alvarez.
Oh, he's spectacular, man. He's one of the best in the sport.
Yeah.
Listen, that guy can. You want to talk about lefties who can swing the stick. And then Seattle. Seattle playing Chicago this weekend. The White Sox. We're going back to the AL Central. The White Sox. This might be the first time in a long time where you can say, hey, you know what? They got some talent.
The rotation. Those young guys in rotation.
They got some arms, man, and they got some more that haven't come up yet too. Yep. For the first time, and that's an organization and fan base much like the Angels, where Jerry Reinsdorf's also might get a nomination with the Reinsdorf family.
I know you got a lot to say
and
about
then John
that,
Fisher in the A's. A lot of people getting invites onto to the award ceremony here, but. Seattle, it feels like Seattle's kind of in a little bit of losing to Toronto in the playoffs hangover a little bit. I think last year they also definitely benefited from a perfect storm of a lot of guys having career years. And
Cal Raleigh.
Cal Raleigh's a big example of that. I mean, he had an amazing year last year, but I mean, you just kind of look at it and it was always going to be hard for him to replicate that. I mean, he's still a great player. And the thing with Cal Raleigh is that even if he never hits like that for the rest of his career at that level that he did last year, he's still going to be the catcher there for another 5-10 years at least because of what he does behind the dish, just as far as the way he's able to manage the pitching staff, call games, anything he does at the plate is a bonus.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, Seattle's definitely kind of struggled out the gate 40 games in. They're still in the mix, and look, that division is going to be up for grabs. I think, the A's are in first place right now. I honestly think they got a good shot at making the playoffs. Texas, the Rangers, man, you and I've kind of talked about this off the record a little bit. That ballpark is just, I don't know, man. It's a fascinating place to watch on TV. I don't know what it would be like in person, but
there's a lot of this is where the conversation can get into a real big rabbit hole with stadiums and.
I'm happy that this is after dark, man. Listen, this after
speaking
dark.
Of after dark, that stadium looks like it's after dark all the time because it's so goddamn freaking dark in there. They don't let. It's so depressing. It's so lifeless looking. All these new stadiums, dude. look, I know there's a lot of appeal to the SoFis of the world, and all these brand new spanking new stadiums where they're kind of futuristic. They're oftentimes they've got retractable roofs, but I'm very much old school when it comes to whether it's baseball, ballparks, or grounds and football grounds in Europe, like going to the Premier League, for example, like a club like Everton. One of my favorite play. Now, obviously, I've never been to Europe, period. But I've never been to Goodison Park. I've never watched a game there. But when I'm watching on TV, I would love to watch Everton play when they're playing at Goodison Park, because that's one of those football grounds where it's very intimate. It's a very old school, from built in like the late 1800s. The fans are right on top of the pitch. There's almost no space between the touchline and where the seats are, where the fans are. And yeah, you're right on top of it. And even like when you're watching the TV, the camera angle is it's like literally right on top of the pitch. So if the ball's on the near side of the pitch, like the camera is basically looking straight down. It's pretty neat. Like it's pretty. There's several grounds like that in England, in the Premier League, and obviously in the lower leagues especially. But I just love that. And there's Craven Cottage, Fulham is another one of those grounds that's like that. The Vitality Stadium, Bournemouth. I just love that old school feel. I love the intimate feel. I love in baseball you have Fenway, you have Wrigley.
Yeah, but with character, right?
With character,
as opposed to like a soulless corporate.
Right. And look, hey, I've been to SoFi. That place, I think someone else has mentioned on the podcast before. That place is remarkable.
Oh, yeah.
Like I'm like there's like it's there's beauty in that too, of course.
Oh yeah,
I mean, it's like a friggin' spaceship. You likened it to a space, and then you got the one
Intuit Dome, which is basically a smaller to scale version of SoFi for basketball. And that place is, in my opinion, the best place that I've ever watched the basketball game.
There's there's perks to the new age stadium and
if it's done right.
Right.
Yeah. Like with Intuit Dome and SoFi, but then for every one of those, you get something like you got with the Rangers, or like where like you mentioned in world football, like
the West Ham playing at the London Stadium. They went from Upton Park, which is one of those grounds like Goodison, like Stamford Bridge. Stamford Bridge is another ground,
with an oasis on top of you.
Yeah, the fans are right on top of you. It's intimate. It's like the pit. When you play at when you play at Goodison Park, when you play at Stamford Bridge, when you play at Craven Cottage, it feels like it feels like the pitch is so.
Isn't that exactly?
It's like an optical illusion, it's so to speak, because of how compact the stadium is. Like you can those teams can really use that to an advantage. Like again, West Ham, when they're at Upton Park, they can use Nottingham Forest City Ground. They can use the. I feel like Nottingham Forest survived a couple years ago. They survived relegation on the backs of that playing at the City Ground. I mean the fans. I mean Everton survived relegation a couple years because of Goodison Park as well. Yeah, but exactly. And now West Ham are playing at the London Stadium, which was built originally for the 2012 London Olympics. The openings and closing ceremonies, and obviously all the track and field athletic events. But when after the Olympics, West Ham move into that. They leave Upton Park, their storied ground that's been around since late 1800s, early 1900s. They move to London Stadium, and just the experience. I mean, again, never been in there in person, but just even from TV, it's like a 9-day difference. Yeah, and the sound gets drowned out. Yeah, it's a soulless bowl. Even with Tottenham, like you mentioned, going from one stadium White Hart Lane to the new stadium. Stadium. Yeah, the sound gets drowned out. As opposed to some of these more intimate grounds. I mean, even in a national team sense, I remember with the Italy Bosnia match. Bosnia intentionally selected to play that match in that stadium because even though it didn't have the biggest capacity, it was a smart decision, and that's why they made it through because on the backs of that intimate stadium where you've got people in their balconies being able to watch you, lighting flares in their balconies, banging drums. I mean, it's so much more intimidating if I'm a player. Like they intentionally, and I was again, like you said, brilliant decision. I
And they did that because not only because of the record that backs it up. When they play there, they're really good, and they were able to make it to the World Cup on the backs of playing there.
right.
And I think it brings up a great conversation too, where I think sometimes it's understated in many ways how important
The fans.
the fans are in any sport.
Oh yeah.
Any sport. I think that's something that a lot of publications don't really talk about enough. I think they talk about fans in the sense of like, oh, we're making money off of these motherfuckers, but they don't actually talk about the impact that an atmosphere can have on the impact of any game or match in any sport. Like we go back to baseball. Like I'll never forget the wild card game with Johnny Cueto.
Oh my God!
I mean, they had that
dude literally dropped the ball.
They had that motherfucker rattled.
Oh
man.
my God!
And Johnny Cueto, by the way, was one of the more fun pitchers to watch back in the day too. When he used to have like
he would always
mix up his windup.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
He would always and he would try to keep hitters off power.
He would do like a quick sidestep, and then he would do like the long he would hit with 1 foot in the air, keep balance,
twist his back
for like 3 whole
bit.
seconds, his legs up in the air, and he's just standing still. So clever.
But and then I always go back to like the Toronto Blue Jays series when
the sound
with the Bautista homer against Texas. I mean, that
makes the moment. I mean, everyone talks about the bat flip. Obviously, that's
but it's the roar of the crowd.
But the roar of the crowd, without the roar of the crowd, that moment's not as epic. Yeah. I'm sorry.
If it's an empty stadium, I mean, who cares? But like you said, it's the roar of the stadium. And then, in Europe, and all these other international sporting countries, like, with European football, for example, like, I think these atmospheres go a long way. The city ground, like you mentioned, even across the landscape.
Yeah. Look, we talked about it last time on our last recording together, that for us, a big part of the viewing experience is obviously the games that are played on the pitch or on the ice or on the court. But it's the atmosphere. I could watch a 0-0 Dross game, but if the atmosphere is like what it was in Bosnia, or like how it can be in some of these grounds across Europe or in Asia or in Latin America or Africa.
We got to shout out some. I want to shout out some.
I can watch. Dude, 0-0. Give me all that. I would rather watch a 0-0 in one of those raucous environments, intimidating atmospheres. Than
give me a 0-0 match in Turkey where they're between Besiktas and Galatasaray or something where they're.
Oh man, you're speaking my language.
In Greece, Olympiacos and.
Or Boca River game in Argentina,
or Celtic Rangers.
Dude,
give me some shit like
that.
Because
those also on top of that transcends sports as well. I mean, not Celtic Rangers.
I know, but I guess my point is you've got I mean, we're kind of going we're going in different categories because we're throwing in rivalries.
It's after we gotta embrace it.
Oh yeah, listen, we're
embrace the chaos.
The chaos, man. That's the beauty of it. Because dude, we've got. I mean, you've got the rival aspect of it, but dude, just the atmosphere.
No, yeah, the atmosphere.
Like, even in the Champions League, like I always love watching the teams that get bomb blasted in the Champions League because even though they might not perform well, like the atmospheres are amazing. Or in sometimes in the Europa League and Conference League where you've got some of these clubs from countries that don't get as much representation.
You got games in Romania. You got games in Cyprus. You got games in
and there's
Serbia, Montenegro.
And they're super loud, and the flares, and just the atmosphere.
I mean, you get all the Balkan nations, all the Eastern Europeans.
It's definitely on my bucket list, man. One day to just be able to go to a match and be around like X amount of thousands of people chanting for 90 minutes, and and that's something I always have I've always wanted here in the States, selfishly, and that's part of the something that I kind of want to push out. Like I would love to see, like supporter sections, and I mean, granted, now I understand the reason why they have supporter sections overseas is because they have to, otherwise they'd kill each other.
Right.
I understand that there's a caveat in that, and that's a blessing that here in the States, like. Look, not to say that people don't fight at games and, people fight for whatever reason, here at the Unfiltered Report, we're lovers, not fighters, man. We don't want to, I never understand it's like when people go out to a bar and they want to get into a fight. Like, what are you angry for? Like, you're having a good time. Like, it's the same thing in a ball game. You're having a good time. What are we fighting for? Um, but I would love to see more. Not to say that there aren't some, because we mentioned some North American atmospheres. Like, I'll even go back in a basketball sense. I know you're not a big basketball guy, but part of the reason why the Toronto Raptors have a special place in my heart, I obviously grew up a Laker fan. I'm just a basketball guy. That's really what I'm, just a basketball junkie. I'm a basketball degenerate, whatever you want to call it, more than anything. I'm a fan of basketball more than anything, but I always have a special place in my heart with the Raptors. And the reason for that, I always, I can go back and I'll never forget. Like, I'll never forget the day where it took on a new level. I guess, like, I'd always kind of, from afar, I'd always kind of I'd always kind of rooted for the Raptors. Maybe not rooted for them, but I always, they were an underdog team in many ways. Canada's only team, like, obviously not Canadian. Vamos, America. We love America over here. America number one, baby.
Well,
best country on earth.
Almost those Oilers.
Almost those Oilers in Edmonton. That's right. But so with Toronto, so I remember it was 2014. We were sophomores in high school at the time. It was April 2014. It was the first day of the NBA playoffs, and the first game, it was a 4-game slate. The first game was at 9-something o'clock in the morning, Saturday morning. And the first game was Raptors in Brooklyn. It was Toronto and Brooklyn. It was the Nets and Raptors. And that was the year when Brooklyn had traded for Paul Pierce and Kevin Garnett and all these guys. And they had, they invested a lot. They traded a lot. A lot's been said about that. And they were playing a Toronto team who, there had been some rumblings earlier in that season, maybe before the season had started, and maybe during the season, that they were going to go into a rebuild and trade off a lot of their guys. And then, right before they did all that, they had traded Rudy Gay, and there were maybe some rumblings at the time, and this is 12 years ago, that okay, well, maybe Kyle Lowry's next, and they're going to go into a rebuild, and then. They just went on a hot streak. They traded, they made a couple, I guess Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan and those guys at the time. I'm sure those guys were not oblivious to the fact that they were probably on their, maybe Kyle Lowry especially. And you know what? They came together and they went on a run and they had a really good regular season. They made the playoffs for the first time in X amount of years. And, and at the time, especially, now it's not much, if it's bad now, it was even worse 12 years ago because of the NBA coverage. If you watch, I don't think the Raptors played on TV all season. Like, you couldn't, you would have had, like, if you were a basketball fan, but you didn't go out of your way to watch them, like, you would have had no idea. Like, you'd be like, whoa. Oh, they made the playoffs, whatever, right? So anyways, I bring all this up as context because it's like, I'll just never forget that April morning and 12 years ago as a sophomore in high school, such a long time ago. I'm not even close to the, there's a lot of things I don't remember from that time period, but that's one of the things that I'll never forget. And I remember waking up like 2 minutes before tip off. And I remember I rolled out of bed. I went down, I threw the TV on, and as soon as I turned the TV on, was at like the perfect timing where they had this, like, the starting lineups on the TV screen, and they were about to tip the ball off, and it was like 15 seconds before that, so it was like the perfect time to turn it on. And just the noise in the crowd, they hadn't even thrown the ball up in the air, but just the energy in the crowd and how loud it was. What was I at the time? Like 14, something like that. 50. I don't know how old I was. My math it's late night, man. I couldn't do math at the beginning of this. I sure as hell can't do math now. But man, I'll just never forget the noise in that crowd, and just from the second I turned on the TV, it was like I got bait hooked and synced in the snap of a finger. And as someone who hadn't admittedly at the time in 2014, I love basketball then. I think in many ways I love it more now than I did then. But like I mentioned, there wasn't a lot of the Raptors on TV at the time. It was, and so just hearing the noise in that crowd, it kind of that game, even though they lost that game, after that, I mean, I was all in on the Raptors, and for a couple of years there, from 2014 until probably, ironically, after they traded DeMar and then they got Kawhi, I still have an affinity. But yeah, I think all of which is to say North American crowds can get to that level as well. There've been, we mentioned the Cueto example, like there are definitely some raucous atmospheres in the States as well.
Nashville and hockey.
Yeah, the Predators. Yeah, we got to give some love to some of these hockey atmospheres.
The team that I'm not American, North American, I guess you could say. The team that I'm rooting for in the NHL playoffs in the Eastern half. Obviously, I'm a Ducks fan, so let's go Ducks. We're down 2-1 to the Vegas right now. Hopefully, we can get even back the series tomorrow and Anaheim tomorrow night, or I guess tonight. Now it's Sunday, but the team that I'm rooting for in the Eastern Conference, and solely because of that atmosphere in the crowd, Montreal. Well, actually, Carolina and Montreal. I want that as the Eastern Conference final, because those two arenas, especially Montreal.
Oh yeah.
Here's another holy smoke tree, because holy smokes, man, those French Canadians are incredible. I mean, they almost treat it's almost like a soccer atmosphere to some degree. I mean, they got the Olays and it's awesome, man.
Listen, I will say too, hockey's got some great atmosphere.
Oh yeah, playoff hockey.
Oh man, I love it. And I think I do want to give some love to the NHL too, man, because the hockey playoffs are always, in my opinion, I mean, that's pure sport. Just the intensity, the atmosphere, the physicality, just hanging on every second, and just the back and forth nature of it. I give a lot of credit to hockey too, man, because I'll say that the atmospheres definitely have not suffered over the years in ways that maybe in other sports. Sometimes you watch some of these games and the atmospheres. Obviously every sport has great atmosphere. But yeah, I think hockey, man. You mentioned Nashville. Obviously, I've almost lost the Oilers. The Canadians' atmosphere always looks like a blast. I mean, when Winnipeg makes the playoffs, that atmosphere is always a joy to watch when they do the little Winnipeg whiteouts that they have.
Vancouver.
Oh man, Vancouver's.
They'll burn the city down.
Vancouver's the place that's they're a team that. They haven't been good for the last couple of years.
Well, a couple of years ago, they had kind of like I don't want to say like a Giants 2022-esque season where they kind of out of nowhere had a good season. My brother Big Nate can better speak to this, but they kind of had like one a year as somewhat of an anomaly. But since then, it's been downhill again.
Did they have the worst record this year?
They're one of the worst organizations, worst run organizations in the league. Like I said, Big Nate can attest to that better.
Shout out Big Nate, man.
Shout out Big Nate.
And shout out Noah, man.
Both of them. Yeah.
Shout out Noah. We'll get on here. We'll talk baseball. Shout out Big Nate. Hopefully, we're talking about your Ducks too. Look, playoff hockey, man. Playoff baseball. I always loved. All playoff basketball, playoffs in general. American sports. That's the one thing American sports have that.
NCAA tournament, of course.
I mean, that's different though. March Madness is a different beast. I think it's completely separate in that sense. But
I think the closest thing that North America's got to overseas football or Latin American soccer is college football, especially like an SEC country.
Yeah, college basketball,
and NHL playoffs for sure.
Yeah. I would say the closest thing, in the North America that we have, like Canada and the US, I guess, because Mexico and Liga MX, like they get down for sure.
Yeah.
But
just wait till Azteca.
Oh man,
June 11th.
They're gonna be
South Africa.
Oh man, South
Azteca. Our boy Vince gave a beautiful shout out to the Azteca.
Listen, man, that place is going to be absolutely
one of the most
jumping.
storied venues in all of sports.
It's on my bucket list as well, man.
Yeah, Estadio Azteca is something, and it's the altitude too. I mean, everything about it is arguably they call it the game of the century.
I look forward to the goalkeeper chance too, man. Cancel culture, man. Cancer. I'm just joking. But anyway, listen, man, that atmosphere is going to be rocking on June 11th. Yeah. Oh, South Africa is in for a rude awakening that on June 11th, as far as atmospheres are concerned. I think it'll be a pretty good match, maybe. You never know, but it's going to be loud in there, man. You want to talk about the difference that a home crowd can make? Yeah. June 11th will be a prime example of that.
Mexico have only lost a handful of competitive matches at the Azteca,
and there's a reason for that. I mean, dude, you're basically. I mean, dude, yeah.
Like we'll get into a deeper dive.
Yeah, we'll do a deeper dive on that. We'll do it justice on a few.
Yeah,
but I'd say college football, college basketball, the NHL playoffs. I think what I'm interested actually. There's this NBA Europe project that's being thrown around. Where they're going to try and kind of basically take a combination of existing European basketball clubs and then try to add maybe some expansion European basketball teams. So, like for example, PSG doesn't have a basketball team, but they're trying to get like Nasser Al-Khelaifi and then PSG guys to basically invest from the ground up into a basketball team. Or like the Milans of the world that don't have a basketball team, like AC Milan doesn't have a basketball team, for example. So there's, and then, existing clubs and all these different
Bayern
countries.
Munich, Real Madrid.
Yeah, like Real Madrid.
Barcelona, they got basketball.
So a combination, but, of existing European clubs that are already out there, in Greece and Turkey and all these different countries. And then maybe take it a couple of the, it's just, I don't know how many, that's the whole thing. But then basically the thing that I'm fascinated by with that is, we talked about the last time we were having this recording, we talked about like European basketball atmospheres as well. Those get pretty rowdy. So I would be interested to see if those atmospheres become kind of NBA-ish or if they stay, and maybe the contrast there. I would be fascinated to see that as a sample size case study in the because that NBA Europe thing is going to happen. It's just a matter of who's in it, how much money. It's going to happen. I'm confident on that. You can smack it down. It's just a matter of who officially will be in the project. There are a lot of proposals that are going around. It's a constantly evolving thing. And part of the reason why we haven't talked about it since the last time we talked about it, which I think was actually probably about a year ago or something, to be honest. It was a long time ago. But that's just because there's so much information going around that, that requires its own proper deep dive. But that's something I'll be fascinated to see because, you mentioned the Premier League. Like earlier, one of the things that I've heard is complaints from people that frequent matches in those places or, whatever, is that the Premier League maybe is the one European country slowly but surely that's becoming a bit more corporate-y.
Yeah, it is.
And that's been a big concern from a lot of the supporters of each of the clubs. And
yeah, I just read a story actually that Fulham have raised their season ticket prices to an astronomical amount. And there's a lot of fans who are
not happy about that.
Yeah, not happy.
Fulham is Shad Khan, baby. Go Jaguars.
Yeah, well, maybe it's not a coincidence then. But
Shahid.
Yeah, I mean, and if it's happening at Fulham, then it's certainly happening at these other clubs as well.
Yeah. So yeah. I remember I had a conversation with a guy. I think he was a Liverpool guy, and it was explaining.
The Fenway Sports Group.
Yeah, and he was explaining to me basically like, in order to go to, it used to be a pretty affordable experience, and now it's
changing.
And so that's something that. And that's where, with this World Cup, that's why it's been so fascinating to keep, ping-ponging back to that. Because, I remember I had this conversation with someone who lives in Europe about a year ago. And I was having a conversation and this person was basically, and this was a year ago. And so I'm sure the conversation would only increase where, basically was explaining the ticket prices in America and then explaining the ticket prices for the World Cup in America. Because, this individual was saying, like, oh, you should go to some matches, whatever. Um, and this was a year ago. And when I kind of threw out a couple of the preliminary figures, and it's only gotten worse from then till now, like they couldn't believe it because, in a lot of these European countries, obviously, maybe the Premier League is slowly shifting, but they couldn't believe that shit because they wouldn't. You can mention Bayern Munich, for example. I'm sure Champions League matches and whatnot are different, and those are probably harder to get and more expensive, and understandably so. But I'm sure there are probably you could probably go to a Bayern Munich match for like 15 euros or something like that, and um, I don't know, man. It's tough just because it's just I don't know, man. It's one of those things where I understand that sports are a business. I understand that. I get it. You got to make your money, but I think the fans are what makes sports. The environments, the atmospheres, and we talked about this last time too a little bit. Where sometimes one of the gripes I have with sometimes with the broadcasting
Oh
portions
yeah.
of it is where like they'll cut to commercial too quickly. Like even today, uh, I was watching a little bit of the Detroit Cleveland game, and it was the first quarter, and Dennis Schroeder and Danis Jenkins were getting at it a little bit, and they were Jenkins was guarding Schroeder. They were like basically, I mean, they could have been making out for how close they were to guarding each other.
A little
And
bit of
then,
Robert Saleh and Mike McDaniel action.
yeah, a little bit of tension there for sure.
Okay.
And then so they were getting a little into each other. The possession ended, and there was a timeout called, and then they got in each other's faces, and then instead of keeping the camera on to keep watching that situation and see how that unfolded, they went to a cutaway replay of a slow mo of what had already transpired while it was still happening and cut to commercial break. And it's just examples like that where it's like, come on, man, it's the fucking playoffs. Like, I know you want to make your money, you got to get to the commercial. Like, I get it, but
Yeah.
like let's see what happens here. Like, maybe they.
The other thing, and this is something you've always hammered home. This is, I mean, I'm not going to take credit. This is all you, but something you always mentioned with regards to the atmospheres and fans and the broadcast, as it pertains to the broadcast, is that these networks, man, they have this weird obsession with drowning out the crowd noise.
Oh yeah, that too.
I mean, playoff bait. I mean, Fox does it
when they nuke the noise, yeah. Or when the weirdest part is when like the audio will cut in, so like you'll hear like it'll be muted, and so it'll sound like it's not that loud,
right?
But I'm sure in reality it's loud.
Yeah.
But then you'll get random little audio cut-ins of it being loud, and so then it's I don't know,
it's bad. I mean, I think almost every network does it. And I feel like with each of the sports,
yeah. Look, I don't have a problem with commentary teams. Like if you got to have a play-by-play, but I would love to hear the crowd noise as much as possible because that's what makes the match. Like any game, any sport, any level, it's the fans, it's the atmosphere. And I understand it's a business. You got to make money. You got to market it. You got to corporate it. I get it. Like I understand that. I don't want to. I get that, but there's a middle ground, and I think from COVID onwards, honestly, is when it really I think it took on a life. They thought it's increased in terms of the amount of commercials, the amount of sponsors. Like, or maybe it's just getting older and you realize it more. I don't know. It could be that
we're becoming grumpy old men.
But no, I really do think like as someone who's watched sports, I'm 27. We're like, I don't remember. Maybe in that, I just feel like it's increased a little bit.
It's gotten to a point where, like, for I think the both of us, we share a sentiment where like the Super Bowl's not even really.
But then, but you know what? I've thought about it a lot too, and I think this is where I've evolved a little bit. Where I think I'm starting to kind of I'm trying to figure out a little bit of the middle ground because I think, and maybe this is something you and I don't think anybody really ever talked about it, but we can talk about it more further in depth, like in further discussions or but something Yeah. So something, so something like, for me that I would definitely highlight is, with the whole COVID and post COVID from, I mean, that was a long time ago, but and then we have to probably dedicate a whole episode to that, to be honest with you. And then I guess there's this, what is it, the fucking Hunter virus thing going around now too. So
Yeah,
fucking deja vu all over again potentially. Who knows? Hopefully not. Knock on wood. It's nothing. It's
who
just
could forget the H1N1, the swine flu, or
yeah, I don't know. I mean,
2009.
but anyways, my point is that like yeah, one of
We
the
gotta
things,
protect
there
your ego
were
there.
a lot of things that came out of that time period that I think we could dedicate a whole separate episode to, not just in a sporting sense, but in a societal sense.
Social, economic, political,
Everything, yeah,
everything, scientific, I mean, everything,
everything. And we'd have to dedicate a whole episode to really do it justice. Um, but yeah, one of the things I definitely would like to highlight is, with that time period and just the way that that time period kind of unfolded from then till now, I think at the beginning portions of it, maybe, obviously now it's 2026. We're a long ways removed from it. But, I'd say probably, even in like the initial stages of like these recordings, there were a lot of, we tried to focus a little bit, at least myself, I wanted to talk a little bit about like the non-sporting stuff, like the stadiums and, all that sort of deal. And then, now here, where we kind of reboot, not reboot, but like, restarted and kind of new era or whatnot. And it's finding a balance and a blend of all that, where it's like we still want to talk about those sort of things and we want to amplify that. But then we also want to talk about the on the field, like the actual analysis. Like we want to find a way to do all of it essentially. Um, so we'll have to carve out a proper episode to the COVID thing and talk about how that impacted a lot of things. But I think one of the areas in which it impacted the way that I have definitely viewed life and sports in many ways, and I had changed the trajectory path of many people's lives, myself included, and just the way our thought processes work. And I think we'd have to kind of carve out a whole episode of that just to kind of do it its own due diligence. Um, but man, I mean, part of the beautiful thing about going after dark and going all over the place, um, I would love, yeah, I would love to take these on the road and do it. Maybe we find ourselves one day doing one of these and overseas somewhere, maybe at a Boca Juniors match or something, and
Oh,
or somewhere at the Estadio Azteca, and which
maybe
is
in Bodo Glimt above the Arctic
oh
Circle.
man, I love watching me some Bodo Glimt and out
Oh,
there, and we could definitely spread some Bodo Glimt
hey,
propaganda
we
on
were
here,
our
man.
group chat. We got the receipts, man. We got the Michael Olise
Yeah.
receipts. We got the Christopher Sanchez receipts. We got the Taylor Green receipts. We got the
Green.
we
Well,
got,
Taylor Green's
we got a lot of
that's
receipts.
that's a bit more
Well, that's that's all.
open-ended.
That's you.
No, but that's more open ended because there's no guarantee. I mean, it's a 6th round pick going to the Browns. I mean,
No, but I thought you.
But
on your
I'm banging it.
post drafts.
I'm banging a drum.
No, yeah.
I mean, listen,
I thought you really did.
I appreciate that. Listen, I appreciate that means a lot, man. But yeah, I think Bodo Glimt, man, that'd be a great place to watch it, man. Honestly, we'll pick Suey too. That'd be a fun place to go watch it.
Hey, I let you know. Shout out Lisa. She got a kick out of this. But Rocky Top
Rocky
is a place where that's on the bucket list, dude.
Yeah, I would love to watch a Rocky Top game. I remember
that checkered crowd, the fights. I mean, dude, when the marching band. I'm sorry, dude. I don't care if I sound like a nerd. When the band plays Rocky Top and Nealon, I get this goosebumps, dude. It's no different from when they play the Champions League anthem and on big European nights.
And that's why college football in many ways is probably, like you said, it's the closest because you get the orchestra and the band, and then
and the fans are all into it in unison.
Yep, and it's loud too, man.
Yeah.
Death Valley, man. I've been blessed to have been, and ironically, the 2 times I've been inside of Death Valley, they lost both times, and even though they lost, I couldn't give a fuck, man. It was one of the greatest experiences and blessings of my life to be able to experience that and just hear the crowd roar. And I mean, man, it's loud on TV, but I mean, and I can't imagine how loud it'd be if they're actually winning. I mean, because the first game I remember they played Arkansas, they lost, and ironically there was a pretty solid contingent of Arkansas fans that traveled, and they were really loud. And the whole game, you could just hear "Woo, Big Suey."
That's awesome.
And just being in that atmosphere and hearing all that, and then the other game, I remember that was the year before they won the national championship. It was 2018. It was the year they played Alabama at home. Joe Burrow's first year there, they got shut. And actually, they might have scored a touchdown at the end of the game, actually, but they were getting shut out pretty much the whole game. I mean, it was competitive-ish maybe in the first half, but they never really had much of a chance. Ironically, I think Tua was playing that day. He was the quarterback. That was the year they had Jalen Waddle and Henry Ruggs and all those guys.
Devontae Smith.
I want to say they had all those guys. 2018. So that was the year Devin White got suspended for the first half because of targeting.
Najee Harris, did he play that team?
Unfortunately, it's the one drawback of the After Dark is that the brains,
Hey man,
there's certain things
we cover a lot of bases. We got a few mulligans.
But man, you know what? That being in Death Valley, definitely,
Dude.
I want to be back there hopefully soon and be able to experience that. Knock on wood would be a blessing, man. It's they say Southern hospitality and whatnot, and you really feel that when you're out there. I mean, the people are super friendly, super nice. It's a totally different. Honestly, it's like a different country from in many ways. And that's kind of that's the unique thing about the United States that a lot of people don't really talk about in like media circles is that the United States. I think sometimes we kind of lump America as one big giant smorgasbord, but in reality, it's California and Louisiana are in many ways like two different countries.
Yeah,
totally different places.
Same way with Wyoming and Connecticut.
Or North Dakota and Florida,
Right.
Totally. They might as well be different countries.
We should bask in it too. We should embrace that.
Exactly.
Like
and we should embrace in the fact that the demographics are different.
Yeah.
They're different. People from all different walks of life. Different.
It's kind of like, sorry to interrupt, but
go ahead.
you use and actually on that post draft sort of recap that you did solo. You mentioned something that needs to be said more often.
Shit, I don't even know what I said. So you probably know. You know more about what I said than I do.
Hey man, take it from someone who can ramble a lot. You said a lot, but a lot of great things. And one of those great things was that scouting these days. What do they always? What's one of the big issues with scouting in your eyes is, and I think we can all agree with is that they're obsessed with focusing on what players can't do, the negatives, right?
Yeah.
What they can't do, what are the deficiencies, where as what they really should be doing, more of is focusing on what they can do
and amplifying that,
right? And the sort of this demographic sort of just as a nation, there's always these. I mean, ad nauseum. You go wherever you go in any pocket of media. There's gonna be how we're different and the things that divide us. The thing that divides us. Yeah. But it's much like you're now like let's use the scouting analogy where it's like how about we embrace the things that make make us good, focus on the positive, focus on the things that unite us and not what we can't do, like what Taylor Green can't do. Let's focus on what he can do. And
try to
tap use what he can do to sort of fill the gaps of what he maybe needs.
The deficiencies,
exactly.
The things that need a little bit of development to work, and that's a great thing because in many ways, dude, I think that's a conversation that's been building up for a long time, and it's something that I really would love to do more of. Is I think you mentioned it like with media. Media, a lot of it is, and that's why we always come on here, and I know it sometimes sounds like a running joke, or maybe we're making a mockery of like propaganda and whatnot, but in reality it's true because when all you see in the media that gets like shoved into your face, whether it's like TV, social, whatever it is, and it's constantly talking about like, oh, everybody's divided, nobody agrees, nobody gets along. If you don't actually go out and talk to people, you would believe that, and you'd think like, oh, this person that and I think that's the thing, with America specifically, that I think we should talk more about, is that I think in many ways it's actually not what is portrayed in a lot of ways. You constantly hear about, like, it's either it's like the greatest place on earth, or it's like a complete, disaster. Like, you and I always say, like, the truth is somewhere in the middle.
Yeah.
But you know what? There are a lot of blessings that we have here, and one of the blessings that we have in the United States that I personally don't take for granted, and I think we should really have these sort of conversations, is that what's beautiful about it is that we have all these diverse groups of people, people from all different walks of life, different cultures, people who come to this country from other countries, and we should celebrate that, instead of saying, "Oh, we look different, we sound different, we have different sexualities, we make different amounts of money, or our skin color is different, or whatever it is." Like, instead of focusing on these stupid tropes that don't really mean anything, we should focus on the fact that we're all people. We all, that's like, I mean, it's in the Constitution, all people created equal. Like, you know, uh, if you're really about that, yeah, I think that's, you mentioned it, kind of where, like, to be honest, when you go out and you just talk to people, right? I mean, look, not everybody's gonna like you, of course not. Some people will look at you, and they might not even want to get to know you because of how you look, or how you sound, or what you say, or whatever it is. That's just, you can't make everybody happy. There's a billion people. It's impossible. Um, but I think we should do more celebrating our differences.
Hmm.
I think something that I've never understood is this notion that, like, everybody should think the same way. We should all have the same values, essentially. Not to say that, we should have immoral values per se, but who am I to say what's moral and what's not? Because what's right to one person might not be, and what's wrong to somebody else, and vice versa. But obviously, and that's beyond the things that are common sense, obviously, right?
Right.
But, I just think one of the things I'd love to start doing continually on here too is just talking about things like that, where I think people are more. It's one of those weird things, because it sounds like I'm talking out my ass, but what I'm trying to say is something that I felt for many years, and we've talked about it a lot over the years as well. But maybe not to this, definitely not on here. But
I think we've not on here for sure. But
Yeah,
we've
but-
reached even deeper levels off the
yeah, and
record.
we can finally start to kind of tap into that a little bit. But yeah, I just think, societally speaking, like, dude, we're lucky and blessed. I mean, we live in sunny Southern California, and one of the things that I'm very thankful of is that we live in a diverse area. We live in an area where there's people from all different walks of life, and different backgrounds, and I think we should celebrate that more. So, like, when you go on TV and you watch the news, like, you go on your phone. I mean, I don't use social media, but I mean, obviously, I don't live under a rock either. Um, and you see a lot of things, a lot of commentary, a lot of people, especially paid for content, and they talk about, like, oh, everything's always about getting its engagement, its clicks, its money, it's what sells. Like, I always like to call it, like, it's like fear porn, or like, you have to find a way to keep people, like, like politics, even, for example, not to go down that rabbit hole potentially too much, but, in many ways, politics is kind of covered like sports now, where it's
Mhm.
like, there's like this team and that team, and what does this team have to do in order to get, like the way we would talk about the Ravens and the Steelers, or something like that, where it's like, what do the Ravens need to do to beat the Steelers next weekend? Oh, they gotta, we talk about it the same way. It's like, oh, this group of people needs to do this, and it's like, well, no, we're all like, that's not really, because, the beauty of America, of the world, of society at large, is that, yes, we're all created equal. We're all people, but we're all different, and it's that blend of both, where we should celebrate our similarities and our differences,
Mhm.
and we should have tough conversations. We don't always have to agree, of course. Like, I think it's something where, but I guess the point that I'm trying to make is, I think people agree with each other more than media gives people credit for. Like, when you go out and you actually talk to people, most people are not. the way that you might like if you didn't go out and talk to people and you only saw what you saw on the news and on media on your phone, you'd think like everybody sucks and the world burning on fire. And yeah, look, there are a lot of things that need to be better or whatnot, but there are a lot of great people out there too. A lot of really smart people, a lot of passionate people, a lot of people with great values that are doing great work and they make impacts in their community and they're contributing members not only to the community but to themselves, to their families. And we should celebrate that. And going back to the Louisiana, California thing, like I've been blessed to be, in Baton Rouge, inside Tiger Stadium twice, and I'll be blessed to go back any number of times if I'm lucky enough in this life. Um, and yeah, despite the fact that they're two totally different places, different set of laws, different demographics, different climate, all these different
Different
things,
food,
different food, yeah, different exactly different food.
dialects.
Yeah, different dialects, yeah, different accents. Yeah, but that's beautiful.
Yeah.
And I love both. I love being in Louisiana. I love being in California. I'd love to see other states that I haven't been to. Like you mentioned, Wyoming. Never been to Wyoming. Like,
Yellowstone's beautiful.
I can imagine, dude. Just being in nature, and I feel like that's where you just kind of lose yourself in the moment, right? Um, and so yeah, definitely something I would love to do more of. Like, yeah, we come on here and we'll say some controversial things, and we might, people
And a
might
lot
wanna,
of times, and people who know us will know that a lot of times it's tongue in cheek.
and people, yeah, and we might say some sarcastic things, and we might say some things that people might want to cancel us for down the line. But
I don't have the luxury of being traditionally funny, so I resort to the sarcasms. It's kind of like Chandler Bing would back in. Shout out Friends again, twice in a row.
there you go. Hey, there you go.
But yeah, I mean, don't have the luxury of being traditionally funny, so you resort to sarcasm. It's the dry. It's the.
Well, that's not. Listen, man. I just think.
You get a bigger laugh out of me if you say Dylan Gabriel than if you were to say some knock joke. Okay, I don't know, but just
yeah, Dylan Gabriel, man, that guy's definitely gonna get a nomination. Oh, you think he'll be able to show up in the middle of the season though? I mean,
Dylan Gabriel? Well, I don't think he's going to be playing many football games to have to where he's going to have to be,
maybe the team will excuse him for a day to come to the ceremony.
But yeah, you were cooking right now.
No, it wasn't anything special, man. It's just something, But
we joke. These are heavy. A lot of these, serious topics that oftentimes we'll make light of, tongue in cheek. But we do that because
I think it's just the way. But no, man, I'll really, man, anytime you get the opportunity to be anywhere on the, forget, even in the global sense, I think travel and, it's a shame that, obviously we live in a world where money rules the world. It's sad that, there are a lot of places in this world that, I mean, it's impossible in many ways for anybody to be everywhere. There will always be at least a couple places that you might never see, and that's sad to think about. But you want to maximize that as much as possible. You want to meet as many people as you can, learn as much as you can. I just feel like you learn so much just talking to people, being around. And that's what we want to do, like with the World Cup. We're talking about, like with the World Cup, man. Like I'd love to go to one of those fan zones, a fan fest, or go to a bar or something, or sports bar, or restaurant, or whatever it is, and just not only just observe the different patterns of people, but talk to them and get their opinions on all these different things. And I think that's what it's all about, man. It's about furthering society. I think there's a lot of good out there, man, and I think we should celebrate the good. I know sometimes fear and divide and hatred might make money, and that might be the blueprint. But I feel like part of this is trying to show that peace and love can prevail too, man. We're all trying to row the same boat. Like at the end of the day, a lot of people want this. Not everybody, of course, but the majority of people want the same things. They want what's best, not only for themselves but the people around them. And I think just a little bit more empathy and understanding of people's perspectives, and so yeah. I mean, I didn't mean to go on a whole spiel and tangent on that, but we'll pick Suey, man. Go Tigers.
I think, and that's kind of what we also want, or what the whole one of the missions of the Unfiltered report is. It's kind of embodies what you just said. Is amplify voices,
but
people,
and then debating,
different
right?
backgrounds,
different
different
debating a little bit too.
And it can be something that's trivial as a different opinion in sports
or societally speaking. Yeah. I think exactly. And some people might say, well, oh, why would you have that conversation with that person who thinks that way? And the point I always make is that it's always better to, I think you do the opposite of what you intend if you try to suppress the opinions of people you don't agree with. And the reality of it is that nobody will ever agree on everything. It's impossible. But just finding ways to, find common ground, like, there are a lot of areas where we agree and we have to kind of celebrate those as well. And yeah, look, I'm sure we'll come on here sometimes. Maybe not everybody's going to agree with everything that's said, and that's fine. Like that's part of it too, is that, you shouldn't always take what you hear at face value either. Do your own research, come to your own conclusions. And because sometimes when you hear something that you don't agree with, instead of not hearing it, what it does is it furthers your own values and beliefs. Like when you hear something that, even in a sporting sense, like if you're really convicted on a player, you think, oh, I think that player's going to be really good, but you don't see the same level of conviction anywhere else. You have two choices. You either see, okay, maybe other people see something that I don't, and you go with that, or you see that and you say, no, I still don't see it. And it's the same thing in the societal sense too. Like if someone says something that you don't agree with, either they'll say something that maybe you hadn't thought of before, and even if it doesn't change your thought process, it at least opens your mind to something you hadn't thought of before. Maybe it changes your perspective, or it can further solidify your already existent beliefs. And that's something that's important too. And embracing all that, embracing the fact that we all look different, we sound different, we talk different, different genders, different sexualities, different income levels, different political affiliations, religious, non-religious, we can throw all these different societal boxes and tropes and whatnot. Like, I remember when I was at Fulton, I took one of these classes and we had to do, they gave us this sheet of paper and it was like a bunch of boxes and they had words in them, and you had to rank it from 1 to 5, how you view yourself with those words, how similarly aligned, and you go down the thing and then you add up the numbers, and there are different columns and there were different things and different colors. It was color coded. I don't even remember what the fuck it was for. But I think it was like a marketing class or something. And this lady came in and ran this whole thing. And she was like, oh, yeah, one of my sons is a blue and then my other son's a green. And we went down and we filled the worksheet. And, at the time I thought it was stupid. And I still think it's stupid now, because I think, in many ways it's like when people say like, oh, I'm introverted. Oh, I'm extroverted. So, well, who told you that? How do you know? Some people, I hear people say like, oh, I'm introverted. I said, no, you're not. Like it's just like, why are you putting yourself on a box, defining yourself as something when you can be both? You can be extroverted and introverted. You can be you can be green and blue. It can be orange and purple. Like you don't have to just fit into one box of like what people want you to be, right?
One of the things is that we have we preach ad nauseum, to the extent that it's probably almost annoying to the people around us, because I'm always saying it to my brothers, my parents, my
I'm sure. Listen, I'm sure I annoy a lot of people,
and it's very much like kind of one of the foundational core sort of ideas of what a lot of what we talk about, and that it's two things can be true once.
Yeah.
And and the other one is not everything's black and white. Very cliche, obvious, I know, but it's like, really think about it. Like, I think sometimes, especially nowadays, I think we kind of lose sight on those two very simple sort of ideas that are, we got to just remind ourselves sometimes, because a lot of what you're saying is we can forget those two things. And yeah, like I said, whether it's in the context of something that's kind of trivial like sport, or something that's a lot more deeper and closer to us to our lives, our livelihoods, and that's more societal or whatever it be.
Yeah.
So,
But you made, yeah, going back to the scouting thing, honestly, when you mentioned, I really do think that, regardless of the sport, I think sometimes we make that shit way too complicated too, man. Sometimes you just have to, sometimes it's not that complicated. Sometimes it just, the answer stares you right in the face. And I think, you can think of a million reasons why something won't work or why something won't pan out. But at the end of the day, I don't know. I think maybe that's part of it too. Everybody looks at things differently, but in my opinion, I just think, in a sporting sense, like I think sometimes, at least to me, I don't know. Everybody looks at it differently, but to me, I just think part of the sporting thing, man, you just can't make it complicated. You know, I read some of these articles, and they make it, they make it seem like they're solving the nuclear codes or something, man. It's like, at the end of the day, there's a lot of tacticality, there's a lot of strategy to it, and there's a lot of hours put into it. And I'm not going to deny that. I mean, even you and I, we put a lot of hours into this to be able to have these kind of conversations. Like there's a lot of, but at the same time, we're not here to jerk ourselves off about it either. I think it's just one of those things where, you're going to get some right, you're going to get some wrong. And that's part of the thing where you and I have had these conversations over the years. And we kind of talked about this a little bit the other day too. Where it's like, hey, you know what? Like in the past, we get, like you mentioned, we get the receipts, but there's no proof. We're talking a lot about basketball. I've been spreading a lot of AJ Mitchell propaganda on the Thunder recently, and it's because, in many ways, it honestly bothers me that we didn't talk about it beforehand. Because now it makes it seem like we're just kind of. I mean, granted, we're still kind of banging a drum maybe a little earlier than most, but like, it could have been even earlier.
yeah.
And it's like, part of the thing that's what I was mentioning earlier, as far as trying to find a balance between talking about all these different things too, because I don't want to get it twisted either, where there's a lot of stuff in just a purely sporting sense that I really want to finally do on here too. It's like we go in depth and we like, so when these guys continually, the waves keep coming.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's like, well, hey, you know what? Maybe we whiff on some, maybe we get some, but at least there's proof in the pudding that we're putting up, we're putting our money where our mouth is, even though we're not putting any money into this. But like, we're trying to actually be about it. We're trying to talk about the things that we really want to talk about and get in depth with it. But yeah, man, it's been a blast, man. Honestly, can't believe. I mean, it's been a blast. I mean, it's fucking about to be late night right here, after dark. I kind of, maybe just before we wrap this up, any either concluding thoughts or, something maybe for future things that we're gonna get into. Maybe get the people something to look forward to.
Oh man, I don't know. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah. Oh man,
I want to keep going, dude. It's only been 2.5 hours, or what? How long?
It's been 2 hours and 30. We got time.
We can do another 2.5. Why not?
I got time though. We can keep it rolling. I'm gassed up, man. We're ready to go. I'm fired up. We could do this all day. And that's the beauty.
We've been doing it for
14 years.
14 years, yeah.
14 years. And the best to come, man. Yeah, I'm ready to just keep them rolling. So, but yeah, you know what? I think we're gonna keep it rolling. We're on a after dark little roll here. We'll see when it naturally, we kind of wind it down here. But
I think Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, and Stephen Colbert, they got to, well, actually not in Colbert's case, because he's already,
he's got.
But I think Kimmel and Fallon, I think they need to watch out, man. They need to watch out.
Oh, for the late night,
because we're coming for them.
Oh, we do.
Yeah.
We're doing like late night stand up.
No. I'm just
No, fucking with you, man. We could.
no.
try
I mean, like we're taking over that slot, dude.
that late night salon. Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure we got the unfiltered report after dark, man.
We got a lot of bases covered, dude.
Yeah. The unfiltered report.
We got a lot of
after dark.
talented people.
Shit, I mean, Stephen Colbert's looking for work. He could come. He could come here, man.
That's right.
Yeah, he could come join us, man. Come join the movement.
Well, we got a lot of different categories and time slots that are going to be taken up by a lot of talented people.
Oh yeah, it's what and I'm looking forward to. You mentioned the Fox Sports Indeed thing, which I didn't know that was a thing until earlier. We're gonna do our own version of that, where we're gonna go wall to wall every match, every day. We're gonna have we're holding ourselves to it. We're putting it on record. So if we don't do it, then we look like
send us to Guantanamo.
Yeah. Honestly, you might as well stick a fork in me at that point, Send me to the chair at that point, But I think we'll be good, man. Listen, I don't want to end up in Guantanamo anytime soon, man. I got a lot. Listen, I love life, man. I know we're not infinite beings, and that's a whole separate conversation. But listen, man, I love this country. I love this world. I love people, man. I love talking to people. I love listening to people, and I want to do that as long as I can. So. I'm not trying to pick any battles. I'm not trying to fight anybody. It's all about peace and love, man.
Yeah.
Bridging the gaps.
It's about having fun.
It's about bringing people together. Trying to find a way to have fun, bridge the gaps, and just have the conversations that we would have regardless. But man, I mean,
I know you're really excited to talk about Fox.
I mean, I think I think there are other people that could talk about that more. I think for me, I think the big thing for me I'm going back to the World Cup coverage. I think kind of alluded to it earlier. I think it's just, it's kind of like with basketball. I always talk about where it almost seems weird to me where the coverage of it almost insults the product that you're trying to sell.
Absolutely.
I think it almost it feels bizarre to me.
That's why it angers me. It genuinely boils my blood.
It makes me mad a little too, because I even know there's basketball, it's the World Cup coverage where it's like, man, these guys, forget the money part of it. We don't need to harp on that. Like, that's its own part of it where they put this amount of money into, like, they buy the rights and they hire all the talent. Like, that's fine. Look, at the end of the day, I'm never gonna hate on anyone for spending money that they have or making money that they're getting paid to make. Like, hey,
your bag.
Yeah, there's no hatred there. Like, for me, I think the frustrating part of it, whether it's the World Cup coverage or like with basketball that we're bang the drum or whatever it is like it's making a mockery of the thing that you're trying to actually analyze, in a sense. Like, we do that in different ways, I guess, maybe, but I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. Where like you mentioned Uzbekistan. Like, I bet you when what is it? I think Curaçao's playing Ivory Coast at some point in the tournament. I think that's the cheapest. I think that's the cheapest game in the World Cup right now.
Germany, Cote d'Ivoire, Curaçao, and Ecuador.
Yeah, and okay, so when
I think.
So when Curaçao's playing, Ecuador or something like that, I don't know what channel that's going to be on, if it's FS1 or FS2 or Fox or whatever it is. But, I just think it's always been weird to me where the coverage is, I'm like, there's nothing to talk about here. We don't really know much. Like, health on a riot. It's almost
here's Tom Rinaldi with an inside report with on Cristiano Ronaldo and his preparation for Portugal's game in 5 days. As it,
and that's the frustrating part to me, because it's like, we
Christian Pulisic,
because we could talk about Ronaldo and Pulisic and
we will,
we will, and
rightfully so,
But we should not have to.
We don't hate any of these guys.
We should exactly. We shouldn't have to.
We don't have it's all.
I know, but we shouldn't have. That's what I'm trying to say. We shouldn't have to. Or like with basketball coverage, I know again, like it always drives me nuts, because you see, it'll be like, they'll talk about it like there's only 3 guys playing in a game.
Oh gosh. Well, have you seen these the World Cup promos? It's the predictable cast of characters: Lamine Yamal,
Messi,
Ronaldo, Mbappe. For some reason, they put Bellingham above instead of Harry Kane for England, which that's its own conversation. But and you know, it's all about them. And again, we have no agenda.
Well, let's talk about that.
We have no agenda. I mean, hey, you
with
take
Harry
us
Kane,
you want, man.
Harry Kane, real
Harry
quick,
Kane.
if I want to do that.
Yeah,
Harry Kane, man. You could spread some Harry Kane propaganda.
Well, I could spread a lot of propaganda, to be frank. I'm not.
But anyways, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Well, no, I mean, like,
so okay, Bellingham and the coverage and you know they have.
Well, it's not even to forget. I mean, the players, dude. Bellingham's enough. Bellingham is a really talented individual. My brother is a big. No, I know Big Nate has strong feelings about Bellingham that are very. He's very much in that Jalen. He's got Jude Bellingham and Jalen Hurts, and I know he's got some other guys.
The Philadelphia
Flyers, LA Kings. God, there's other people. I'm blanking. I know there's a lot. Oh, and CJ Stroud, JJ McCarthy. He's got a lot of. He's got a long list of guys that he doesn't rate very highly. Let's just put it that way. But yeah. I don't know. Look, it's not like I said. Bellingham's. I would love to have Bellingham on my team. You know, who wouldn't?
Yeah.
As just from a pure talent.
Why wouldn't you?
But right. But let's not make. I mean, forget. We don't have to make this about the individuals. Pulisic.
That's what you're trying to say, right?
It's
a team game.
Dude.
That's the part that bothers me about basketball.
And it's the same. It's obviously it's the favorites. It's the front. You know, Spain's a favorite. England's a favorite. France is amongst the favorites.
But it's like let's get some variety in here. Let's talk about and that's what.
I'm not gonna say that I think this, but you can make a strong argument. Christian Pulisic isn't the best American player, or Anthony Robinson's a great player. Tyler Adams is a great player. Now, granted, he's had a lot of injuries that he's had to deal with. Weston McKennie, inconsistent, but and Pulisic at the end of the day, I mean, he hasn't scored a goal in Serie A in the calendar year of 2026. But
the coverage is just going to be Pulisic.
And I mean, I wonder how much of it. Like, look, again, I got nothing against Pulisic. He probably is our best player on his day for sure. Yeah. But let's not, we got other guys to showcase this, to talk about. Same thing with France. Same thing with Spain. That's why I kind of gave a little bit of a diss to the Ballon d'Or. Not that the Ballon d'Or gives us stuff about me giving a diss, but all the individual awards, MVPs too, and maybe that's me as an Angels fan.
I agree too.
A Ravens fan. Mike Trout's won a lot of MVPs. Shohei Ohtani's won MVPs. Lamar Jackson's won MVPs. It's like at some point it's like, yeah, that's great. I love that's awesome. I would rather one of my players wins an MVP because but all I care about at the end of the day is winning. Like, and I care about the team. There's not that I know that
the individual doesn't matter.
Especially in soccer, like there's a lot of not every sport. There's the people who who kind of almost they prioritize like an athlete over the team, and I get that's fine. Everyone enjoys sports in different ways, but like with the way that Fox covers it, you would think it's very, very individualistic based, and when Norway plays, it's gonna be all about Holland, and maybe they'll talk about Odegaard, right? But it'd be nice to hear about the rest of the team, even if it's just tidbit
on Curacao,
give me something,
Cape Verde or something like that. Get a little bit of
Jordan, Austria. I mean, New Zealand.
That's what I'm talking about, and it's the same thing we could talk about with basketball ad nauseum too, where it's like, I mean, man, it honestly, like, again, we have to make the caveat. Like, I have nothing against LeBron,
Right.
I know people that love LeBron, people who have been on here as recently as, early, and I love these people. I have nothing against LeBron, nothing against any of the other guys that they, but it's like, come on, man, it's a team game.
Yeah.
These guys aren't out there winning games by themselves. Like, it's a team game. let's give some love to some of these other players, and then let's stop insulting players for like their roles and stuff, and then like I don't know, it just doesn't really make sense to me. And then so yeah, with the World Cup thing, like I think yeah, listen, we'll go ad nauseum, and we'll probably, in many ways, we will probably talk about the big name players more than any of these other, because we're going to be locked in every day, and so we will inevitably give our shot into all of these players, and we'll do that. But like you said, it's the caveat of two things can always be true at once. You can talk about the star players because obviously the star players, but there are a lot of players who are stars in their role who maybe they don't get the sexy headlines and whatnot because they don't do the flashy things, but they contribute to winning, which is what it's all about. You mentioned like the other day, like a guy like Kimmich, or like you and I both love some N'Golo Kante or something, someone who just does all the dirty work. In basketball, I love those players too. The guys who, look, I love my bucket getters. I love the guy that's my thing. And I think in many ways, what's weird is in basketball, there seems to be something of a scouting distaste towards guys who can score the ball, which is its own separate episode. So I don't understand that, but it's kind of like we're talking about with scouting. You have to celebrate the strengths of people. Like, what Mbappe can do is, as an individual, is incredible.
It's breathtaking.
It's breathtaking.
I said last time, like I'm a fan of Bayern Munich. I'm a fan of I'm part German, so like I'm a fan of the German national team. Germany's played big games against France in recent years. Bayern Munich has played big games against PSG and Real Madrid recently, and each of those games Mbappe's been on the other side of the pitch. And whenever he gets the ball, it scares the living daylights out of me, dude. It's like the guy is unbelievable.
Yeah, and that's why it's worth talking about. But then it's like this notion that like he's just him out there running around by himself. Like
someone's gonna play him the pass, right?
Someone's gonna exactly. Or if he's playing the pass to somebody else, like someone has to be on the receiving end of it. Like so it's just even you mentioned like the U.S. with Pulisic, like. In many ways, I've always felt bad for Pulisic because I think it's this unfair level of burden and weight of the world, where it's like this guy. This is a guy who hasn't scored in 2026.
He was on the cover of Time magazine. They did an interview with him, and he gave very one of the questions like, what's something that you wish you want to do differently in 2026, and in 2026 that you didn't do or did do in 2022. He's like, I hope I'm just a little bit less miserable of a person this time around, because in 2022 I think I was
too much pressure, right?
Yeah, and you can see it, like he feels the weight, and obviously that comes with being an athlete, of course, but it almost feels like, especially in the from the perspective of
just feels like the one of those classic like expectations versus reality sort of thing. So it's like he's a great player on his day, but it's almost putting it up to a level where you're almost setting the guy up for disappointment in a sense, where he's a great player on his day, like you mentioned, but it's not like whatever success or failures the team has is solely because of him. So I just think the narrow-mindedness of the coverage, for lack of a better term, or like the lack of scope, where it's just a handful of players and a handful of teams, and it's like, dude, we've got, like you mentioned, the World Cup. Listen, there's 48 of these countries. Yeah. Let's give love to all 48. Now, obviously, are we going to talk about the Frances and the Germanys and the Portugals more? Sure, that's normal.
It's human nature. We know more about them, by the way, than we do.
But we do want to. But we do want to do the due diligence, and we do want to. Yeah, we want to, like you said, we want to do the sport itself a service. All the sports a service that we care for. Yeah. And talking about not just the big names and the big markets or the big countries or whatever it is, but the players maybe under the radar a little bit, or like some of the sleeper teams and seasons to come out for, like prospects to look out for in college sports, like these sort of things. Like that's what we want to do, because anybody can talk about. I mean, like we can. There's a lot that's been said about a lot of things, but
there's nothing. There's nothing that we can say more about those guys, the Ronaldos.
But we'll
Messi.
still do it
And we
anyway.
will. And look, as we, I don't know, whoever's listening to this might see it as like, oh, they're kind of bashing them and indirectly, like, oh, we don't need to top out them because it's annoying.
No, it's the opposite.
But it's kind of like the opposite, because I'll say that, I'll put on the record right now. If England get knocked out or France get knocked out, and everyone's the dialogue is, oh, Mbappe can't, if Mbappe was a better teammate, they would have won. Or if Kane stepped up in a big game, unlike, which he apparently never does, England would have won. I'll be the first person to say, like, no. Or Ronaldo, if Portugal get knocked out, it's going to be all about Ronaldo. It's Ronaldo's fault, which is ridiculous. So just as much as it's kind of like, oh, if Portugal win, if France win, if Argentina win, it's going to be just because of, Ronaldo, Messi, Mbappe, whatever. I equally think it's unfair to put it all in them.
And then it's also ridiculous because those guys are all good, but look at the talent on those teams specifically that aren't those guys, like France. Dembele, and then you've got fucking Doué, Olise, Barcola,
and then the backline, Saliba, Upamecano. You got, shoot.
And then Portugal, Vitinha, Nuno Mendes, all these guys.
João Neves, Bruno Fernandes.
Oh, man. And then, so it's like, it does your coverage such a disservice when you only focus on one player. It's the same thing with the NBA, like going back to LeBron. Like, look, LeBron, like, there's no reason that every goddamn day there needs to be some sort of, like, LeBron article, or like, I swear to God, if I see one more thing about who's the GOAT between LeBron and MJ, I might bang my head against the wall and end it. Like,
oh man,
it's infuriating. Who gives a fuck? Honestly, who gives a fuck? I mean, they're both.
That's it. I mean,
but apparently there's nothing better to talk about.
With, like, the MVP stuff and the Ballon d'Or, dude. I hear.
Who should be the MVP? Who gives a fuck?
The Ballon d'Or. I mean, genuinely, it's more. I see those things more as like a supplemental.
Those are media awards,
those are like,
man.
Right, and
which is ironic because we've been talking about the Unfiltered Reports Person of the Year award a lot, but
but I mean,
that's separate.
We have to. There's the satire,
Oh man, just wait till the ceremony, man. The people don't know what they're getting themselves into.
Geez.
That's gonna be a disaster, man.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be beautiful.
A beautiful disaster.
Beautiful disaster, controlled chaos.
Oh my lord!
But yeah, man, like so again, just to clarify, if Argentina lose and it's all because of Messi, I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna make sure that we correct that and say no. Argentina don't lose all because Messi put up a 5 out of 10 performance.
It's the same thing with the NBA that drives me nuts, man. It's like, oh, they suck because of this guy, or they won because of this guy. No, they didn't. It's a team game. Like, they helped out, but it's such a. I don't know. I don't want to insult anyone, but like, it really is just such a stupid way of looking at it.
Yeah,
for lack of a better term, we could really.
It doesn't do it
justice. And it's insulting to the sport, because the sport deserves more than that.
Yeah.
All the different sports, like, talking about this, just the same repeated spiel.
Narratives.
I mean, obviously, look, not to say that we don't have our own narratives and we don't have our own things that we'll say over and over again, not to get that twisted either. I don't want to contradict ourselves. Like, we'll continue to say a lot of the same things. Like, that's part, but just in the sense that even if you're saying the same things, look, you're going to do it. It's going to happen. Who cares? We double down, we triple down,
but also, right, we're individuals though, right?
Yeah.
And we're talking about, like, media. Networks.
Yes, and that's the caveat.
We're not exactly. It's one is not exactly like the other.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. You're right.
So,
but as far as the World Cup goes, and then all these other sports, I mean, I just think the coverage, man, like, I'll be fascinated, but that's where we come in, because instead of complaining about it, we'll just do it ourselves and we'll have fun with it. And people like it, they like it. If they don't, honestly, fuck it. I really don't care, to be honest with you. I hope they do.
Yeah.
But but whether 20, 30, 40 or 500 or 500,000, like, I want this to be a place where people can come here and they're like, hey, you know what? These guys really give a fuck about what they're talking about. They really mean something to them. Like, they took the time to really give, like when we do our World Cup preview, like, I wanted to be like, hey man, these guys really took their fucking time to, not that we scripted it or anything, but just to give love to all 48, which is what we're gonna do. We're
Giving
gonna
back to
give back to
something
the
that's
game.
given us something
Yeah.
so much.
Sport, yeah, it's given me and you, like, I mean, it's the foundation of our friendship, of pretty much everybody that's come on here. It's been, you know, one of, if not the, like, either the foundational block or something, like what gets the foot in the door, like with all these guys that come on, like the stars, like, we're friends, we're brothers, we love each other, and it's way beyond sport. But sports in many ways, the reason I've always loved sports, man, is because it brings people together. Like the World Cup, it brings the world together from all different backgrounds, and when the match is going on, it doesn't matter what else is going on. It's just about, hey, it's what's about going on. It's immersing yourself in the action. I mentioned that Toronto Raptors game earlier, 2014, 12 years ago, watching that game one. Like, that was an out of body experience for I think I was 14 at the time. I finally able to do math. Almost 3 hours in, finally was able to do math. You know, and just being a 14-year-old, just being able to immerse myself in that. You know, I don't think I said a word the whole game. I just sat there from 9 o'clock until the game was done, and after that, I watched pretty much every Raptors game I could watch for a couple of years at least, with that core of players that captivated me on that day. And I wasn't a Raptors fan. I wasn't born a Raptors fan necessarily, but I developed a special attachment to that core of players and that team for a couple of years stretch, because just of the fact that, sitting there did something to me at that age that even to now stuck with me. And that's just one of many examples, like, these are it's a part of who I am. It's a part of my ethos. I've noticed so many times, even in my own conversations, like with people who don't watch sports, and I'll find myself sometimes, I try not to talk about sports with people who don't watch sports, because I don't want to torture people. And then sometimes, if we want to get closer and whatnot, so I'll find myself using a lot of sporting analogies. And I think about it, and I'm like, damn, that's really all I know. I don't know anything else. I really don't. Like, it's just what I know best, sadly. And sometimes I wish it's like, damn, I wish all that knowledge went into like tax codes or something like that, or Law and Order, or some sort of medical field or something like that. But for whatever reason, that's just what tickles my brain. Um, but it sets up the ability to talk about anything else, because you can use that as a metaphor to talk about anything else.
Use it as a vehicle.
Yeah, exactly. You can use it as a vehicle, and we got the keys, and we just want to drive, man. We don't have a destination. We just, or maybe we do, but at the end of the day, whatever our destination is, and if we know where our destination is, it's like the cheesy old saying, it's not about the destination, it's the journey. And the journey's continuing to chug along, and hopefully each one better than the last. And we really want to set things up for future recording.
Yeah.
So, listen, man, I'm super stoked. I'm super, we're, like you said, we're about a month away from the World Cup, so we're getting to that time where we're gonna have to start really ramping up our World Cup preview coverage, and we mentioned that FIFA tournament earlier, but then what's going to be great about it, man, and this is what I'm really excited for, is because yes, we're on here and we're talking about day to day, wall to wall World Cup coverage, but within all those different days, we're still going to have a lot else going on each of those days beyond the World Cup as well.
Damn right.
And it's going to be I mean, holy smokes, man. I mean, the War of the Night, it's a contender for sure. But we're gonna have. There's gonna be multiple days in a month or so where we're gonna have, like, just from June 11th to July 19th. In that time period, we are going to have. In addition to that, we'll have the NBA playoffs. We'll have the NBA finals. We'll have the Stanley Cup finals will be on. We'll have the NBA and NHL drafts. We'll have NBA Summer League. Ironically, I think the Summer League finals the same day as the World Cup final.
Wow.
Ironically, so that's going to be a phenomenal day for, I could be wrong on that, but I'm pretty sure they're both on the 19th. we're gonna have baseball continuing to be in full swing.
Yeah.
All these.
We got the domestic leagues in Europe that are wrapping up. We got a great Champions League
final. We got a Champions League final.
I mean,
just setting the state. Yeah, exactly. Without even getting to June 11th, we got the Champions League final.
We got a great title race in England. We got,
City and Arsenal. We got the champion promotion play.
Yeah.
Right.
I was gonna say real quick tomorrow. I know we got our boy Vince is I'm sure is
El Clasico.
chomping at the bit.
Well, Vince will be on here this upcoming week.
That's
talk about Barcelona, Real Madrid. Looking forward to that. We're gonna get that going. So definitely be on the lookout.
That whole Real Madrid situation is probably an episode in and of itself.
Oh, with
Fetty and Valverde. Yeah.
Well, he suffered really like some kind of brain damage.
Well, when Fabrizio Romano posted a tweet, something about Fetty Valverde has suffered a traumatic brain injury, I was like, holy smokes! Like I'm thinking, my mind's going to the worst of places, and he still obviously suffered something pretty significant.
Serious, yeah.
But it's like, and then I read a 5 minutes later, I read a post like Fetty Valverde has put out a statement. Now, granted, how much of that did he actually say? I don't know, but it's like, so he's actually. I thought he was like a vegetable or something. I was like, Jesus, dude.
One flew.
I was like, dude, Chouameni's gonna be going to Guantanamo if he put Valverde in some coma or something. But no, I'll let Vince handle all the La Liga El Clasico matters. Because shoot, I'm looking forward to hearing all about that. But yeah, in England, man, we got a title race that's kind of going down the wire. We got a relegation fight for survival that's going down the wire, and yeah, we got some championship playoffs, man.
Can you real quick touch on that for us? The championship playoff. Give us a little set the stage for that.
Well, I'd love to, man. So we got. So obviously we got first and foremost we got Ipswich, who's coming back to the Prem. Finished second in the championship. The Tractor Boys are back in the Premier League after a 1-year hiatus. Obviously, 2 years ago they were in the Premier League, their first time in a while. I think since the early 2000s.
And that's a ground with character too, by the
way. Yeah. Oh God, what's that stadium called? I'm blanking, but
it's understandable. You've built yourself out goodwill. Yeah.
But it'll be great to have the Tractor Boys back in the Prem. They've got a great fan base. When they had the cameo, like I said, 2 years ago, they brought some great Portman Road. That's it. Portman Road's a great venue in England to watch a game. I've never been there, but from TV it looks spectacular. And then Coventry City winning the EFL Championship, finishing first. They've been knocking on the door for several years. Most recently, they came up short in the championship playoff final, losing to Luton Town at Wembley. But that was one of those years where honestly both, it was a shame that one of those was not going to be able to be promoted, because both of those clubs deserve to be promoted after the seasons they had. Obviously Luton, like I said, had won that game. They had a brief stint in the Prem. But Coventry, man, they've been knocking on the door for several years. So for them to finish the top of the table and get into the Premier League for the first time since the late 90s is pretty awesome. They're a really well-run club. A lot of their success has been the foundation's been set by Mark Robbins, the previous manager, who had done a great job. Now Frank Lampard is at the helm. Super Frankie Lampard to some. So Coventry and Ipswich are going to be great additions. We'll see, if they can stay up next year. Predicting that right now is virtually impossible. We've gone through a period lately where teams that have been promoted have not been able to. They're not exactly been able to stay up with the frequency that they've previously in the past and in years past. So that'll be interesting to see. But so yeah, Coventry and Ipswich welcome to the Premier League, and then for the third team, we'll find out whether it's Millwall, Middlesbrough, Southampton, or Hull City. And so we just wrapped up the first leg in both semifinals. Hull City and Millwall drew 0-0. And now the second leg will be at the Den in Millwall. And then We got Southampton, Middlesbrough also playing a nil-nil draw. We got the second leg at St. Mary's in Southampton. So, yeah, I think any of these four clubs would obviously bring something exciting to the Prem if they were to get promoted. Just to do a real quick run through, Millwall haven't been in the league since haven't been in the Premier League ever. They've been in the top division before it became called the Premier League. 1992, their last appearance in the top division. They're from their East London club, huge rivals with West Ham. So if West Ham were to go down, which who knows at this point, the race for survival in the Premier League is I don't think it's anywhere close to we've yet to see some twists in the tail there. But if West Ham were to get relegated and Millwall were to get promoted, it would be extremely satisfying for Millwall fans and devastating for West Ham fans because those two clubs are huge rivals. Millwall is they've got great fan base, very notorious fan base actually for having they've got a hooliganism culture about them. And the Den is one of the more polarizing places to visit and to have a football match in England. So very intimidating atmosphere. Then we've got Southampton, who've obviously been mainstays in the Premier League. We're very familiar with them. They've spent a lot of seasons in the Premier League and in the past 10 years. So to have Saints back up would be out of all the four clubs that are in the playoff, they're the ones who are in the best form. They got a lot of momentum on their side. For those reasons, I think they're the bookies' favorites to get promoted, but I don't know. I maybe it might be wishful thinking, but I would love for Millwall to get promoted. Just like I said, from the fan perspective, I think those there's a common phrase, shithousery, in Premier League in English football, and Millwall fans are, like I said, notorious for that. So that'd be great. And then we got Middlesbrough, who one of the bigger clubs in the northern portion of England. To have Middlesbrough in the Premier League again, they were in the Prem when we were in high school for a couple of years. It would be really neat to see Newcastle, Sunderland, and Middlesbrough in the Premier League. They've got there's not many three-way rivalries that are bigger than those three. Those three clubs hate each other. Obviously, Newcastle, Sunderland is one of the best derbies in England. But Middlesbrough is that third club that's kind of in that triple, kind of like Arsenal, Chelsea, Spurs, where maybe not as big or as memorable, or they don't stick out to us as much as Newcastle and Sunderland do, but they are very much. It would just be fascinating to see those three in the Prem at the same time. So, and then with Hull City. They haven't been much like Middlesbrough. They were last in the Prem when we were in high school. I don't know as much about them, as much about their team, to be honest. But yeah, it would be cool to see them back up as well. They snuck in to the playoff. They were sixth in the table. I'm honestly was surprised that they even qualified for the playoff. It seemed like Wrexham was going to be have that last spot for the longest time, and they kind of bottled it a little bit. And then, Derby County was in the mix as well, but Hull City snuck in. So, it'll be between Millwall and Hull. And I personally, I think Millwall is going to advance. And then between Saints and Middlesbrough, it's tough, but I think I got Saints in that one. I think the playoff final will be between Saints and Millwall. And, I guess my mind is probably leaning towards Saints, but I personally, I think, no disrespect to Saints, but I'd love to see Millwall back up. So,
and that's one of those where even though it's going to be quote unquote neutral site, that's one of those where potentially the supporters could sway the result of that,
possibly
that hypothetical.
The great thing about generally, I'm not crazy about the neutral sites for any sport, but the neat thing about the playoff final at Wembley is that the stadium is typically pretty. I mean, it's like half. Like equal one half. If it's Millwall and Saints, for example, you're gonna have half Southampton. Half the stadium is gonna be Southampton red. The other half is gonna be Millwall.
Kind of like
blue.
the Champions League a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
On the final,
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
that's gonna be a great final too, man.
That's gonna be great. We'll get into that as well, but yeah. So
that's your prediction.
That's it. Southampton. Like I said, if I'm making a prediction on just my brain says Southampton. But yeah, I love Millwall to come back up, or to make it back up for the first time since '92. So yeah, I think.
Any other trends that have kind of stood out to you in either in English football or European as far as the club side? Like I know, for example, in the championship this season, Leicester really struggled.
Yeah, they got relegated,
and they got relegated again.
Double
relegation back-to-back years for a club that you mentioned high school. I mean,
10 years ago,
they won the Premier League.
Yeah,
and what was in many ways,
Riyad Mahrez, Jamie Vardy.
Yeah, that was a great team, man.
Claudio Ranieri obviously was your coach.
And then he got sacked like a couple pretty,
Yeah, I mean, Leicester's a bit of with the tragic passing of their owner. I mean, I don't know if you remember, but several years back, we got South Park on the TV.
Because they have the Person of the Year award
on
right now.
Well, I see Kanye, I see the Pope.
There you go. But anyways, I'm gonna go back to quick pitch. I just, but no, ever
since the tragic passing of the ownership that Leicester had, the previous owners, it's never been. They've kind of. There's been some dysfunction at the club. Financially, they've not been in a good state, and that's only going to get worse with being relegated back-to-back years. But you know what? To be honest, it's not exactly something that's completely foreign. You've seen many cases. You've seen several cases in the past where teams have been relegated from the Prem, then followed up by being relegated in the Championship. Going down to League One. I mean, there's there's plenty of examples. I mean, Portsmouth is one of them. Leeds is another. There's a lot of clubs that have been kind of, and the clubs that kind of have ever since for example, when I first started following soccer back in 2010, off the backs of the 2010 World Cup in South Africa, that 2010-11 season in the Premier League, the three clubs that got relegated that year, I believe it was Bolton, Birmingham, and Blackpool. None of those clubs have been promoted back up to the Prem since. And in fact, Blackpool, I think right now are in League One, and they've even spent a couple seasons in League Two in recent times. So that's the thing about the English football pyramid and any football pyramid in Europe, that in general, you're one year you could be top of the league in the top of the first division, even mid-table, whatever. And a couple years later, you could find yourself falling down the ladder. And
once you fall down the ladder, it's hard to get back up.
And then you also have the opposite end of the spectrum, where a club like Southampton, when we were in high school, there was a point where they were in League One, and they did the back-to-back promotions.
Yeah.
Ipswich too, and as a matter of fact, they were in League One not too long ago.
The media's favorite club, Wrexham, too.
Wrexham is. Wrexham is like its own unique case, to some degree. With obviously, it's a very publicized public example. With the ownership of Ryan Reynolds and that other dude. I couldn't give a stop. I don't know who it is. I forgot his name, but some actor guy, right? Yeah, whatever. They're all the same.
Doesn't matter.
But yeah, and that's kind of the tragedy but beauty of the pyramid. The open leagues.
Something that we've always talked about. That's the big difference between American sports and the European football model, international model in general, just beyond Europe, is promotion, relegation. We mentioned that NBA Europe thing. Part of the proposal that's being thrown around is that the promise, obviously, that there's no relegation.
Yeah.
As opposed to where there's still relegation in European basketball. this just that's what don't they call the championship promotion game the most expensive match in sport? Or
That's
something
right.
like,
That's exactly right.
And they played the first leg already this
That's
weekend,
correct.
So
Yes, Friday and Saturday.
okay. So
So
how did
Monday and Tuesday are the second legs.
okay, and so you think heading into the second leg, you still feel pretty comfortable with that Millwall?
I think Millwall
Southampton
and
prediction?
Saints. Yeah, I do. I mean Saints.
And
like
then
I
the
said,
final at Wembley's next weekend, correct?
it's either next weekend or the weekend after. But
Okay.
it's yeah. Saints. I just again they're in
They've
great
been on a
form.
roll, yeah.
They're in great form, and they're sneakily like one of the better run clubs in the English pyramid. In high school, like I said, after being promoted back from League One to the Championship to the Premier League, they had several years where they were comfortably mid-table, and those were the years where actually, one of those years, a couple of years, we were under Pochettino, and that's what ultimately, set from Pochettino from being, getting the job at Tottenham, and yeah, but I mean, no, it's just, the Saints have had good teams over the years in the Prem. Like I said, they before being relegated a couple of years ago, they were a mainstay for about 10 years,
Yeah.
and so a smartly run club. I mean, James Ward-Prowse, one of the when they were up in the Premier League, James Ward-Prowse was one of the more underrated players. Arsenal would love him. He's a set piece master. The dude, dude's great at set pieces. But yeah, they've had some memorable players. Jay Rodriguez, Virgil van Dijk came from Saints. So yeah, but yeah, Southampton are better form in great form. But yeah, Millwall.
Would you say there are any clubs in the either in the Championship or maybe even elsewhere, maybe League One, maybe you get your eye on as potential promotion? Obviously, it's hard to predict that far in advance, but maybe a club in the Championship, for example, that's not in the that's not getting promoted, not in the promotion playoffs, but maybe kind of looking ahead to next year. Obviously, maybe perhaps a bit too early without the transfer window and everything like that, but maybe just initially speaking, maybe any that jump off the page that maybe in a year or two they got a shot at getting up.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you said, a lot can change, but I would say a team. I mean, I think Wrexham, you have to kind of take them seriously for all the joke. I mean,
they almost made it to the promotion
Yeah.
playoffs this year. It was only on the last match. They
2 points, 2 points off. The
and I
six.
heard and I read, I didn't watch, but I read that there was a goal in the whole match where if they had VAR, which they don't, it probably would have been wiped out, and then Wrexham probably is in the promotion playoffs anyway. So it kind of goes to show you the margin of errors. I mean, you even mentioned ABS earlier, and then like VAR is fascinating. Honestly, I didn't even realize that they didn't have VAR in the Championship until
Yeah, no, it's
and then I guess it makes sense. I mean, I didn't know, but it definitely makes sense that that's a thing. But okay, so
yeah.
Wrexham. I mean, they've been promoted on almost.
I think Wrexham will be a contender for sure for at the very least playoffs next year. And whatever those three teams, whichever the three teams that don't get promoted through the playoffs this year, I could see, especially Southampton. I think Southampton, they don't get promoted this year. I think next year for sure. Middlesbrough, much like Coventry previous
because they've been banging on the door for a little bit.
Middlesbrough have been knocking on the door for a while too.
Because Coventry's been banging on the door for a couple of years now. They've come close to getting promoted, and finally they took matters into their own hands and they finished in the top two this time.
Yeah. Yeah. So I think Middlesbrough, if not this year, then next year certainly. I mean, a lot of those years that they were knocking on the door, they were under the leadership of Michael Carrick. He was a manager there.
Yeah, and he's done pretty well with United.
Yeah, he has. I mean,
you think he's going to get the job full time, or you think they're going to go somewhere else? You have to take a crack at it.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the people, the managers who were probably going to be available, the Cesc Fabregas, obviously Areola from Bournemouth. Oh my God, Bournemouth. Well, we'll talk about more in depth, I guess, when we do like a Premier League recap. But Bournemouth, I mean, probably still not just a bit too far off the Champions League spot. I think they're 3 points back. Maybe even more, maybe 3 or 4.
Yeah, that Champions League race is really, really fascinating right now.
They still have a chance. And if
there's a big glut, right?
If Bournemouth, what's that?
There's a big glut of teams that are kind of competing for that.
Yeah, I mean,
especially if Aston Villa wins the Europa League, right? Because they get the 5 slots and then the 6.
True. I mean, if Bournemouth get into the Champions League, that's pretty. A club like Bournemouth, that would be sensational. I mean, just I don't even think that. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say the manager's incredible, man.
Yeah, Areola
and Andoni, baby.
Areola has been someone like I've heard that when he first joined the club, Bournemouth, under his leadership, it was not like a smooth transition. He likes to implement certain ideas that the players needed to. It took a while for them to implement the system that he wanted. And so I've heard like players talk about how like he demands a lot. Like he's someone that has a very distinct style, very intense, and where if he's going to leave for a bigger club. So whatever that club is, there's probably it kind of almost foreshadowing that there's probably going to be a transitional. I mean, well, there's always a transitional phase to a new manager, but patience is definitely going to need to be preached with him wherever he goes, because it's going to take time. Like I said, Bournemouth took some time to adjust to his ways, to his style, but they stuck with him. And like I said, Bournemouth in the Champions League would be unreal. I mean, it's one thing for like a Villa or Newcastle to be in the Champions League, like we've seen, obviously, recently. But Bournemouth, I mean, they play in a stadium that's, I think, 10,000 capacity. I mean, actually, it brings up a great question where if they qualify for the Champions League, I don't even know if, to be honest, I have no idea. I don't know if they'll be able to play at their home, at the games in their home stadium, because it doesn't satisfy the UEFA, sort of protocols or standards, because whether due to size or just facilities wise, because UEFA has a very strict sort of criteria that that all these grounds need to meet. And obviously, it's never a conversation with the big clubs because all their grounds are, they meet all that criteria. But yeah, I mean, even Bournemouth in the Champions League would be pretty neat. So it would be one of the bigger stories in Europe, I think, if they were qualified. So I mean, Ario, like I said, huge credit to him, and he's going to be one of those managers that you bring up Manchester United. What are they going to do with Carrick? I think it was me, and I think maybe I stick with him. I mean,
you got to think for a club like United, where the narrative in many recent years has been that historic powerhouse that's kind of lost its way, and
ever since Sir Alex left,
and this is really the first time that I can recall in such a long time where. I mean, it kind of seemed like it happened a little bit out of nowhere too, because it wasn't too long ago, even this season, where it felt like they were still in that years-long kind of free fall in a sense.
Yeah.
And then because I remember there was Ruben Amorim was
Ruben Amorim.
Amorim, I don't know how to say his name, but there was a lot of talk about him when he was coming over from Sporting, right? And there was a lot of just similar to Liam Messina, to be honest. There was a lot of Ruben propaganda going out there, and this big Ruben guy didn't really last too long, and it just felt like another example of United in recent memory. But I think honestly, I would keep him. I think
he stabilized the ship.
And look, they're back in the Champions League, and that's something that I think if you would have said that before the season.
I wouldn't. I didn't have him finishing in the top 5.
I wouldn't have predicted that either. And I think at a certain point, when it comes to these quote unquote like caretaker interim managers in whatever sport it is, there's always a lot of debate of whether you should hire an interim in any sport. I get that element to it, but I think in this case, with the context of it, I think it would make some sense to keep him around. Now, of course, it depends on who all is available out there and who they can get. But I think honestly, I would give him another crack at it. Give him a full, look. Having that Manchester United team in the Champions League, which by the way, their away jerseys, it looks like they're the Pittsburgh Steelers. I just noticed that this morning. But yeah, I think a lot of credit goes to Bournemouth too, man. I mean, that's a fun ground when
Vitality
you know,
Stadium.
you're talking about intimate grounds where I mean that's a stadium that's got some character to it. Another club I love to talk about too. I always, there's a lot of them. That I think in that mid-table tier, that I think deserve a lot of love, similar to Bournemouth. Like the Brightons
Brighton,
of the
Brentford.
world. Brentford, I was about to say. as
Brentford
well.
is, I mean, dude, when you talk about top bottom organizationally, how they're run, previous, there's obviously, I think when they got promoted and they stayed in the Prem for several years, it was like, oh, Thomas Frank is doing a great job. And a lot of credit was given to him, of course, and, understandably so, I guess. But I think what you've seen this year, I mean, if this season has been any
indication
of what you can attribute Brentford's success to, I think you're starting to see. Well, maybe it was probably a little bit less of Thomas Frank and more of just how they're just well run. They got a good squad of players.
Oh yeah, that forward of theirs is no joke.
I said Damsgaard's one of the most underrated players in the Prem.
Yeah, he's good too, man.
Like they've got, and they're actually one of the teams I would, not to hate on their ground or anything, but like it's not like they've got like a sort of a.
It's not a passionate fan base,
right? I mean,
yeah.
it's
not like the shitty ground or Leeds or something like that.
God, yeah, Leeds, man. It's
Ellen Road, man. That's a joke. Oh man, that place gets rowdy.
Yeah, but yeah, Brentford, Bournemouth, and Brighton, the three Bs. They've all.
And I would love to see all three of them in European football next season.
Well, yeah, right now they're all in. Brentford actually a couple points off a European spot, but yeah, they're. I mean. There's a good chance. Yeah.
And shout out to Brighton too, man. The way they've been run.
I mean, dude, every manager they hire, it's like slam dunk.
Fabian Hirschler is just the latest one.
Yeah.
He's piece of they always
he's not everyone's cup of tea, but
to be honest, Brighton really in so many ways.
Tampa Bay Rays.
Yeah, you beat me to it, man. They just the parallels are so similar.
Oh, I mean,
just the way that they're constantly pumping out players but what I love about it is they're always ahead of the curve. They know when to sort of replenish.
When
to replenish the pipeline a little bit, similar to the Rays. Where they know when to go in these different little things. Like they know how to accumulate talent. I mean, look at the players and the managers that have come from Brighton.
Yeah.
In the last couple of years. I mean, they've been a joy to watch for many years now.
The Seagulls, baby.
Yeah, the Amex band.
The Amex has got a bit of a Trop vibe to it too. It's not like a very, aesthetically pleasing, ground.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's fascinating too that we're highlighting this contrast because earlier we were talking about like the city ground, Ellen Road, and then we've got this example with the three Bs. Especially in the case of Brighton and Brentford, where maybe they're not the most intimidating places to play by any stretch of the imagination.
Right.
But they're just really well-run clubs, similar to the Tampa Bay Rays. Like, playoff game with the Trops, not necessarily the most intimidating thing on planet Earth, but they're just a really well-run organization.
Operation,
yeah. It's just from the top down, everybody's on the same page, and they always find a way to constantly replace, whether it's the managers or the players in the pipeline. They're always ahead of the curve, and that's what good organizations, especially those types of organizations, do. Is where a lot of organizations, regardless of the sport, fail is they're not proactive enough. Mm-hmm. Like they hang on to their core a little too long, or they're not patient enough. And where these clubs,
Brighton, Brentford especially, it seemed like they really struck that
perfect balance of being ahead of the curve, but where it always feels like they know who to keep, they know who to bring in, and they know who to identify. Mm-hmm. Similar to a team like the Rays, like these sorts of teams are able to identify players that they know will fit into the culture that they've created.
Like someone like Caicedo, for example, or Cucurella, it's not like Brighton just said, "Oh, these guys, he's no longer good," so we're just gonna sell him. No, they made the analysis at some point. It's like, okay, he's at a point now where his valuation as a player,
Yeah. We're gonna maximize.
We're gonna cash in now.
Yeah.
Not because we think we know that this is.
It's not like he's on the decline or anything.
No, of course not. But it's like, you cash in. They're smart when it comes to that. They cash in on the players at the perfect time.
And that allows them to replenish the pot
Yeah.
and keep the cycle going. Yeah. Exactly. And I think, being in European football would really do wonders as well. I know, if I'm not mistaken, Brighton was in Europe a couple of seasons ago.
Yeah, they were. Europa League, I believe.
In the Europa League, and it'd be good to have them back. But then with Brentford, and then you mentioned Bournemouth, that would be really cool. Because to be honest, that ground is fun to watch, man. I mean, it's fascinating because it's not the most rowdy place, but it's more rowdy than Brighton and Brentford.
Yeah. I mean, like the camera angles. I'm getting all nerdy, but like it's because the stadium is it's only one stand. There's not
it's not like Dinamo's like where you can't even see the supporters in the shop because they're all the way up.
Right. The camera is like practically on the floor, so like it's kind of unique. And if you're football nerds, I love like something even like a camera angle, because like at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium or even at the Etihad, like the camera is so high up and you see a lot more of the pitch. So the pitch looks a lot bigger, and it looks like you see a lot more things than you normally would if you were at eye level, at ground level. But so and those are big stadiums, so that it makes sense why the camera is so high up. But at these smaller grounds, like Craven Cottage, before they added the new stand, and the Vitality at Bournemouth, the state, there's only one. There's not multiple decks. There's only one level, and so the camera's almost right on ground level. And because it's at ground level, you don't really get to see much of the pitch from a high vantage point. So in that sense, it's maybe not as convenient, but you feel a lot closer to the action. You feel like you're a lot closer. It feels like a lot more like, oh, I'm actually at the game, and like it's a lot more of like a Sunday league feel, so to speak. Like it almost like watching a game at Bournemouth is almost like, dude, you're going to the local sports park, and it's very different from like watching a game at the Emirates, where it's like it's a pretty big bowl and of a stadium, and so it would be neat. It would be really neat to see them, and all credit to them, the manager, and all like the three Bs we said. Everton as well. I mean, I think they've done really well to finish mid-table. Kind of also knocking doors. It's probably going to be too much, a little too steep of a hill to climb this late in the season to get into a European spot. Although it's still mathematically possible. But for them to just finish mid-table, I think 9th to 10th place where they're at right now is a testament to the kind of the bounce back that they've had. Like they've been in danger. Couple in past couple of years of getting relegated, and obviously they've done enough to survive. But for them to, I didn't expect them to finish this high in the table. That's another one that I got. I missed. So surprised that they're at mid-table, and the fact that they're mid-table, I think it's a really positive season for them.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting them to be. I honestly thought, we mentioned a little bit earlier, with Goodison Park, I felt like that was kind of what was keeping them afloat for a lot of years, and I thought that moving to the new stadium was going to be where they would kind of bottom out, but the opposites happened. I think, and that's also, I'm glad you mentioned too, because for as much as we like to come on here and sometimes talk about some of the things we might have gotten right. I think what we also love to do, you and I especially, is we like to admit where we whiffed a little bit. I definitely wouldn't have gotten that either. I would have whiffed that for sure. So I think you have to take the good with the bad. You have to take the the hits with the misses. It's kind of the beauty of what we got. Like, but I kind of want to any concluding thoughts before we put a bow on this for what's been an incredible volume dark. 1 of the Unfiltered Report After Dark.
We're about 20 minutes to 3 in the morning. So. It's
been a blast. Almost over 3.5 hours, man. It's been a blast. Wow. And what's crazy?
That's almost the length of a baseball game in 2019, huh? Before
the pitch clock.
Before
and everything, yes. Thank you, Rob Manfred, for saving baseball.
Oh man, yeah.
I will say, I know. That's another thing where I think, just to kind of put a bow on things, like with the pitch clock. I'll be honest, and you and I talked about this. I think at the time, I was probably one of the more anti-pitch clock proponents at the time. You know, I felt like what I always loved about baseball was that it was the one sport that didn't have a clock.
Mm-hmm.
But I will say that with the implementation of the pitch clock, I think number one is I think it's made a lot more of the I don't want to say casual viewer because I know there are a lot of diehards that like it too. But what I think it's done is it's allowed. I think it's been a positive change in the eyes of many. So I'm willing to concede that I probably, even though I felt differently, I'm happy that it's made other people happy, I guess is what I'm trying to say. So I'm happy. You know, I still don't like the fact that they banned the shift. I'll be honest. I still don't like that. I have more of a gripe with that. I had, the ghost runner and extra innings in the regular season and and the pickoffs really drive me nuts too because it inflates the hell out of the stolen base numbers and whatnot. But as far as the pitch clock goes, I will say I do give a little bit of credit because as much as I will say I do miss the fact that baseball is the one sport that didn't have a clock, and I think now in many ways baseball games are quicker than like football games now.
Oh yeah.
And sometimes the quicker than to be honest, baseball now with the pitch clock is the opposite, where I think it moves arguably the quickest than even maybe basketball. Sometimes you got baseball games that finish quicker than like NBA games nowadays too. So I think it's almost gone in the opposite direction. Like you kind of mentioned it the other day where
pace of play.
Pace of play. Like we never talk about the NFL having a pace of play problem. Even though in many ways it might. But
I think it does.
It does. I mean, I do too.
I think all this.
I love
baseball gets all this hate for pace of play and has for many years, and it's like, are we going to ignore the fact that football is? I mean, dude.
Yeah, 3-and-out punt commercial, 3-and-out punt commercial, touchdown, extra point commercial, kickoff commercial. Like
we'll be back in 30 seconds after these words from Verizon, after Intuit TurboTax, after Ozempic. What? I mean, I don't think that Ozempic is actually reached NFL, but you get the point.
It's tough, man.
Football. Football's got a pace of play problem. Baseball doing just fine. Thanks.
Yeah, so I think just in that baseball pure sense, I mean, I'll admit, the pitch clock's been a positive, implementation for the vast majority of folk out there. So I won't complain about that. Maybe the way I would have back then, So, again, putting a bow on this, man.
Real quick.
Yeah, go ahead. Actually, that's the beauty of this. We could be here all night.
So I want to ask 3 questions.
Oh,
who do you think? And it does, I won't hold you to. I'm just curious.
No,
who's winning the title in the Premier League?
Okay.
Who's going down?
Who's going to win what? Who's going down?
Who's going down?
Okay.
And then who's getting promoted from the Championship to the Prem?
All right, I'll answer all 3, and then I feel I'm gonna stand by it for now. So I mean, you can hold me to it. I'm gonna say who's gonna win the Premier League. I still believe Man City's gonna win it. I really do. I know Arsenal are 2 points clear. They're ironically heading into the relegation question. They're playing West Ham.
Yeah.
Tomorrow morning. What's a big match for both? I think that's got the possibility to be a cheeky match, to be honest with you.
Yeah, you see me kind of wincing. Well, if nothing else, I'll just say this: it will be very. One of the only times, the only time you'll ever see Arsenal and Spurs. I mean, that meme with the Bloods and the Cribs.
Yeah.
Arsenal and Spurs tomorrow. Like
United. Yeah.
Beat West Ham.
Yeah, there you go, man.
So Man City, right?
Yeah, I think Man City. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. It's one of those things where it's just, it's one of those things where if Arsenal win, I'll be happy for them because they've been banging on the door for a couple of years now, and maybe in many ways, it would be cool to see them win it. But I'm not going to be the guy that bets against Man City until they lose it. And I know they slipped up last week, and that's the reason that. They're in second now, but I don't know. I just feel like the title race is far from done. I mean, you kind of said it with the relegation battle. I think similar with the title race, I don't think it's done and dusted just yet. I mean, if it wasn't done and dusted a month ago, it's definitely not done and dusted now. That's kind of the way I see it. As far as the relegation battle, I mean, I'm waiting. You know, you're going to talk about Tottenham one day, and we're going to give you the floor. And I think West Ham go down.
Really?
I think if I had to guess, I think Tottenham hang on by the skin of their teeth. If I had to guess, but maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong, but and maybe you have to remind me. But if I remember.
I can read the fixtures.
Because if I remember, West Ham have a harder on paper schedule. But yeah, read
West Ham have Arsenal at home, home against Arsenal, at Newcastle, at St. James, and then home to Leeds on the last day of the season. Spurs have Leeds at home on Monday night, Chelsea away, which guaranteed loss because Spurs never win at Stamford Bridge. Have I think won maybe once in our life. So that's a Chelsea win. Put in the books. And then final day of the season, home against Everton. So Spurs have Leeds home, Chelsea away, Everton home.
And it's a 2-point gap, right?
Spurs have a 1 point advantage. Well, it's a de facto 2 point
because they have the goal differential, right?
Right, correct.
Okay, there you go. Oh man, that's tough. I mean, in many ways, it really looks like it comes down to that Leeds match for both the common denominator.
They both got Leeds at home.
I think that's what it comes down to in that sense. Not to, I don't know, man. I think I'm more confident in saying Man City go down. I think with the relegation battle, I think if you would have asked me maybe, a couple weeks ago, I might honestly
Spurs.
Yeah, but I think Spurs hang on by the skin of their teeth. I think, honestly, I think Roberto De Zerbi kind of coming into the grenade situation in many ways. That's a pretty tough position to be thrown into right off the rip like that instead of coming in and in the off season and doing it that was just kind of jumping into the fire. Honestly, I give him a lot of credit for kind of jumping into the fire like that. And being willing to take the job long term, regardless of what happens. I give a lot of credit for that. And I think just by the skin of their teeth. But it will come down to basically whoever plays better or worse against Leeds. I think they're both. They'll both lose to Chelsea and Arsenal respectively.
Mm-hmm.
And then was it Newcastle and
the other one is so West Ham got Newcastle away,
and then Tottenham have, remind me again,
Everton at home.
Everton. Yeah, it's tough too, man. So I'm gonna say Tottenham survive by the skin of their teeth. But
okay.
And then as far as the no, go ahead.
Yeah. So the fixtures for the title race: Arsenal have West Ham away, right? Burnley home, Palace away. Man City have Palace home, Bournemouth away, Villa home.
That's tough. I mean, honestly, look, if Arsenal is ever going to win it feels like this is the year, right? But I don't know. I don't want to be one of those guys. I've been saying, I said it off the record on text. I thought City, and I'd be going against what I believe in if I said otherwise. But I will say the caveat of that being, I wouldn't be necessarily sad if I whiff on. Like, that's a prediction I wouldn't mind being wrong on.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, there's some that hurt a little bit more. It was like, damn, I was really convicted on that.
Yeah. And
I was wrong, whether it's a player, a team, coach, whatever it is, regardless of the sport. But in that case, I think I'd be willing to live with that. Like, if Arsenal win, I'll tip my cap. They finally did it. And I think City have probably the harder path of the two in the remaining fixtures, and they have the gap to make up. But I would say that, and then I would say, relegation. You put a gun to my head. I would say West Ham go down, and then as far as who gets promoted, I do agree with you. As far as who will play for it, I think it'll be Southampton against Millwall. I think it's one of those weird ones, man, where I think I can make the case for you both ways, and I think the difference to me, I look at it is with Millwall. I feel like the supporters could push them over the edge. And then with Southampton, like you mentioned, they're on a roll. They're one of the better run clubs in the championship, and just in the European pyramid model that they've got going on. That one I'm least confident in, just because I think because of those two factors. I will say I'm pretty confident it'll be one of those two. I don't think it'll be Hull. I don't think it'll be Middlesbrough. I think you made a good point. I think Middlesbrough kind of maybe like Coventry, where they bang on the door a little bit, and then maybe in a year or two they'll just finish in the top two, and they'll end up kind of going up that way. I think Hull are the weakest of the four. I think that's pretty much done, shut, and dusted. But you know what? If you put a gun to my head at the moment and you told me which, I had to pick one between Millwall and Southampton, and again, this one I would say is probably the most subject to change as it gets closer. But I'm gonna go with Millwall, man.
Okay.
I think just kind of the supporter aspect of it, because I remember, ironically, I want to say it was Southampton that played in one of those championship playoffs a couple of years ago, and they were probably the one that wouldn't have made it, or maybe wasn't the favorite, and ended up, I think, pulling through. And I could see a similar thing where I just, maybe in a one-off like that, they can muck it up a little bit, where maybe if it was a two-legged tie, maybe things will look different.
Yeah.
But, I think that I don't know.
Speaking of mucking up, in Millwall, they play a very direct, like long ball style. They're not a pretty team to watch. So that might really suit them.
And that's why I think in a one-off like that, maybe it might suit them like that, where you muck it up, tactical foul, whatever it is,
the dark arts,
the Diego Simeone.
I feel like, dude, I kind of want to say, I'm gonna say it, dude. I feel like you're a Millwall guy. I don't know.
I'm a Millwall guy.
Yeah, because they got the hooliganism, and they're very. I know you kind of like being, you're a bit of a go against the grain kind of guy in some respects. So, that's very much Millwall. The Den, I mean, I feel like, I don't know. I just feel like Ryan Neghabat, that, the Den is your home. The Den is great. The Den is a great venue, dude. Millwall fans bring it.
I always like to say, out of the five sports that I really watch, basketball, both football, baseball, and hockey. I always like to say, if you put a gun to my head and you ask me to pick my favorite, you just put the bullet in me. You can pick where to. It doesn't matter. Like, I couldn't pick that, but I always like to say hockey's my bird brain sport.
Right.
Where, look, I can tell you who's good, who's not. Like, I can watch the games, and I've watched enough sports where I can tell you, like, yeah, these guys are good, they're not. But I don't understand it to the level of tacticality yet, to the standard that I would hold myself to. To be honest, I think I'm gonna try to head into the off season in this next season. I mean, this one I would be like, I'm gonna try to, heading into next season, try to get hockey to that same level of standard. But at least at the moment, it's probably the one that at the moment is definitely the least, where it's like, listen, I could tell you who's good, who's not, players and teams, but I couldn't tell you anything about the tacticality of it. I have no idea what's going on half the time, outside of just, someone who loves sports. And, but, and then when it comes to soccer, this, I've never had a favorite club per se.
I've tried.
You've tried over the years.
Because I would love for you to join the banter of,
But I think for me, I've always just with soccer specifically, with the global game, man, I just love watching the sport. And I think part of why I enjoy watching the sport so much is because it's the one sport where, if hockey's the sport where I can kind of turn my brain off a little bit and just enjoy it, soccer's the sport where I can enjoy it because I don't have a dog in the race. I can just enjoy like, there's nothing I love more than like you said, turning on. It doesn't matter who's playing, but honestly, I watch for the atmospheres a lot of the time.
Yeah.
So I pick the matches that I carve out my time to watch. Outside of, like, to be honest, like the Premier League, they show a lot of the matches on USA in the mornings.
Mm-hmm.
On the weekends when those are on, I tend to put that on. So, if I wake up in the middle of the night, sometimes I'll wake up in the middle of a match intentionally, and I'll watch that, and then I'll go back to sleep or something like that, Saturdays and Sundays and whatnot. Or, they'll put the NBC game on. Sometimes I'll watch those as well. But, with soccer, I think I just love the, For me, yeah, with soccer, it's one of those things where I love the fact that I don't have a favorite, and I just get. I mean, maybe one day I will. I mean, lucky and blessed, I got a decent collection of jerseys that maybe one of these days, can, kind of, you know, show that off in some capacity. Probably not, but but yeah, I love the sport, man. I think I love the atmospheres. And then the other three, obviously, I think there's a level of tacticality that at least myself maybe, but all of which is to say that you mentioned Millwall. Listen, man, hooliganism. What did you shit housery?
Yeah.
That's what we're about, man. We love that shit. No pun intended, but I'm excited to see the promotion playoffs. I do think it'll be Southampton and Millwall, and I do agree with you on Southampton too. I think they've been run pretty well. They've done a pretty good job. I remember a couple years ago when they were in the Premier League, they did what I thought was smart, and maybe, I mean, one of the few times that I can recall where they almost knew that they were going down, and they intentionally, they had they pivoted to get they got younger. They added some young talent. They went down, and
yeah, it's almost like they tanked.
Yeah, the great tanking controversy of 2026, man. They tanked. They really did. They knew they were going
Southampton,
down.
so I'm going to get in on that New York Knicks, or not the where's the tanking controversy? What kind of originated that?
With the episode or the?
Well, I guess the controversy itself, like.
No, I mean that's. The episode of the great tanking controversy of 2026. I mean, what inspired that? Was the whole. I mean, and you're not a big basketball guy, I guess. Assuming I'm answering your question correctly, what inspired that episode? Shout out to my guy on one. What set that up was, there's been a big narrative in NBA circles, through the media, a lot of propaganda pieces, especially on all the different publications and sources and whatnot, whether it's straight from the horse's mouth or if it's through sources. Not to call Adam Silver in the NBA a horse, but that's a separate conversation.
Yeah, it's after dark, man. Good stuff.
I mean, yeah, we're about to hit the 4-hour mark here pretty soon, and then we'll put a bow on this. But about 3 hours and 55 minutes in, I would say, man, like what inspired the great tanking controversy 2026 and those, and it's an ever evolving thing, which, by the way, it's about to be, holy smokes, it's about to be 3 in the morning. So yeah, about 9 hours from now, it's going to be the NBA draft lottery.
There you go.
There you go.
Segue.
Put a bow on it that way. But yeah, what inspired that is just, there's a big narrative going around that, NBA teams are trying to tank and intentionally lose, and for different reasons, obviously, or similar reasons. And the NBA and its corporate sponsors and whatnot, the gambling companies especially, not really too thrilled about that. So Adam Silver, obviously, I think a lot of times people sometimes forget that the commissioners are employees of the owners.
Right.
I think people sometimes forget that, like,
not the other way around.
And I think sometimes people think that it's like Adam Silver and like Roger Goodell.
They're the big boss.
They're the big boss, and in reality, they have 30 bosses.
Right.
That are, ironically, there's a really good South Park episode on that. We'll have to watch that one day. We could do a deep dive analysis on that. But yeah, in many ways, like, not to tie everything back to South Park either, but what inspired the great tanking controversy of 2026? It's just that there's been a big narrative that these teams, especially maybe some of the maybe smaller market teams, quote unquote,
Utah.
Yeah, Utah, Memphis, the Wizards. Indiana, like, I think it made Adam Silver very mad. Not Adam Silver, but it made the NBA and its corporate sponsors very mad. I should clarify that. that, a team like Indiana last year goes Game 7 of the NBA Finals, and then a year later, they're one of the 2 or 3 worst teams in the NBA. But there's a lot of context that goes into that, obviously. I mean, they haven't been healthy all year. Their best player tore his Achilles in Game 7 of the Finals, been out all year. They've been hurt pretty much all season. Like, that's a lot to overcome. And then, Utah, that's a whole shebang, shaboom, and Memphis, same thing. But it's like, I think it's an overblown controversy, basically. And that's kind of the inspiration behind the great tanking controversy of 2026 is that in many ways, I don't want to be one of those guys that goes in and peddles conspiracy theories or anything like that. And then we talked about this the other day. I really don't. That's not what we're about. I want to just talk about, we don't want to do that. But, I think it feels very propagandy. It reeks of like there's an agenda there where, it's rather unfortunate in many ways because I think it's one of those things where maybe it doesn't really need that big of a tweak, but at the end of the day, it's also one of those things where it's going to happen regardless. And you know what? It'll probably come back here in a year or two and say, who cares? It doesn't matter. Like they changed it. But to me, I care about it and I'm passionate about it because it's one of those things where if they really cared about fixing the problem, there would be other ways to fix the problem. And I think it's just a way to create some sort of weird media narrative to basically basically use the media as a vessel to justify what they want to do and then convince people that it's good for the game. And then, I think at the end of the day, it's never been a problem beforehand when other teams were doing it. And I guess now all of a sudden it's a problem because maybe just there's more teams, but there's a lot of context that goes into it, man. It's a generationally good draft class. Like you'd be stupid not to
malpractice.
Yeah, it'd be malpractice, and I think a lot of times what these guys don't realize is that like, look, you might not get the number 1 pick, but the objective is like, if you're a bad team, you mentioned it with the Cardinals earlier and like bottoming out, like there's a benefit to, even if you don't have the number 1 pick, there's a benefit to picking higher and, and then adding more picks, especially like that's the other way to do it. And so it's like, and then, in the NBA, they got things like pick protections. Like Armand mentioned this the other day. Like if you really cared about the problem, you could go in and get rid of things like pick protections and pick swaps where, like there's an example like with Utah. Utah made a trade like fucking 5-6 years ago. They got rid of one of their player favorites and they traded him ironically to OKC. And in order to, flip him, they traded a draft pick that was like 5 years down the line. It was a 1st round pick, but it was protected in the top 8. So it was a top 8 protected 1st round pick in order to take on that salary. So at the time, OKC was tanking. They were in the process of getting into that process of accumulating assets. And so one of the smartest things that the blueprint's right there. And so what they did, they took on quote unquote bad contracts. And because they had a lot of cheap players and they had a lot of cap space, you would use that cap space to take on players that teams are trying to move off of and use that as a way to get draft capital. And so, in this case, they got this top 8 protected draft pick. And, it just so happens that Utah was able to tank. So they ended up tied with Sacramento for the 4th worst odds. And they had a coin flip. If they would have lost that coin flip, there would have been like a 0.0 something, but like a greater, like a 0.06, I think was the percentage. So if they would have lost the coin flip, there would have been a 0.06% chance that pick could have dropped out of the top 8. And if it would have gone 9 or below, it would have gone to OKC. And so like, they're shutting down a lot of their players, and that was to get as close, even if they're not getting the number 1 pick, was to just get as close to it in order to keep that pick. So even if it's the 8th pick, having the 8th pick is better than having no pick. You know, so that's a prime example of like so yeah, Adam Silver in the NBA, as people will say, yeah, that they get mad at teams like Utah because they're they shut down their players and they're throwing out players, that young players and G League players and whatnot, and people get mad about that. But at the same time, if you're a team like Utah, the flip side to that argument is if you're not going anywhere, you're not going to make the playoffs. You're going to use the last 10, 20 games of the season to see what you've got in your younger players in an expanded role, and maybe give an opportunity to some players who might not get that opportunity otherwise. And so it's just a media narrative that, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what Southampton did. So
yeah,
it makes it
if
Southampton can do it, these guys can do it too.
And Southampton did it with promotion relegation, and so one of the tanking, and so this
even
is
bigger risk.
So this is an ironic part to kind of put a ball on this for our annual After Dark Volume 1 action right here. I don't know if I said annual, but our first ever.
I think we're getting to the part of the night where we're starting to hallucinate a little bit. I think I've seen Cam Schlittler like. I've seen 5 rounds of Cam Schlittler on Quick Pitch.
Well, because I think we've watched Quick Pitch five times running, brother.
Man.
But yeah, one of the proposals that's been thrown out, they used the word relegation in the tanking proposal, because obviously and one of the propaganda pieces, Shams Charania, who's like the Fabrizio Romano of basketball.
Yeah.
Shams Charania had it might have been someone else actually, but there were a lot of quotes basically either directly from Adam Silver or sources say that Adam Silver said this, basically, quote unquote. And one of the things that a lot of these sources and insiders are talking about is that basically, like, if Adam Silver could relegate teams, he would do it.
Wow.
And part of the reason why they have this NBA Europe thing is like, Adam Silver's always had this like affinity for like the European model of sport, and like,
well, they got the NBA Cup. Like the FA Cup.
Yeah. So that's what the big rumor's been for many years, is that, Adam Silver's always kind of admired the European model. And, so I would even say, like, if that's really the case, my proposal would be, if you really care about if you really are that passionate about getting rid of tanking, you don't want to get rid of pick protections and whatnot, and you want to implement the European model, maybe a promotion relegation, because right now there is no promotion relegation. They're just using it in a tanking context, and basically kind of similar to what MLB did with their latest CBA, where if there are a bunch of weird little caveats which you can go in and specify, but basically you can't have a pick in the top 10 in back-to-back years if you meet a certain criteria. So like the White Sox had the number 1 pick this year, but they couldn't do that the year before. Like the Angels were number 2 last year. They're not going to be able to do that again this year. So like Adam Silver in the NBA, essentially one of the proposals that's being thrown around is the word of like relegation within the lottery. So like basically, if you suck repeatedly multiple years in a row, you get punished for that by not getting a top pick, essentially. Even though they've already kind of gone in and flattened the odds and whatnot already, but it's just taking it to another level of like, okay, you know what, like, but yeah, I think if my proposal to them, because you mentioned they've got the NBA Cup, kind of similar to like the FA Cup, they've taken that, and now, they're trying to do this NBA Europe thing, and, Adam Silver is on record. He said it again this year. We talked about it last year, I want to say, about supersonic travel. Said it again, where they were talking about like apparently there's a company that's in the process of building some sort of fucking supersonic travel where you can go from like the US to Europe in like an hour or something like that. I mean, these are the billionaire conversations that they're probably having that are in circles that we're not in tune to. But
those are the same billionaires that went to the bottom of the Atlantic or whatever in that little submarine.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, yeah.
Well, let's see how it works out for them.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out, supersonic travel. But, basically, look, if you really want to implement promotion relegation and you want to do all that, put your money where your mouth is, I would say. And I would say, if you're gonna have this supersonic travel thing, build up this NBA Europe thing for a couple of years, and then once it's built up, and they've got the support, they've got the whatever, then you really want to turn it into a global game. You want to turn it into the European model, but with the American resources of the global capitalism aspect of it. And then you want to take the Nasser Al Khelafi and the Saudi money and all that, and you want to combine all that together into one giant little spiel. What you do, if you really are serious about it, you would take that NBA Europe, and then you would basically have them. You would have like an NBA Cup with the NBA Europe and the NBA, and then you could have some form of like promotion relegation, or maybe like the bottom 3 teams in the NBA that you get sent down to whatever. If you really wanted to do that, which I don't really think that it would ever happen, but if you really want to put your money where your mouth is, you can actually go ahead and do that with your NBA Europe and supersonic travel and whatnot. Or, there are other ways you could combat tank. But you know what? At the end of the day, like you mentioned, they could put in all these tanking proposals, and at the end of the day, teams are still going to do it anyways, because you're trying to accumulate young players and build up your base of talent. And we could talk about this for hours, man. The great tanking controversy 2026, but I think that Southampton element of it is a really good way to put to kind of tie it all together, where it's like they did it in a league where they knew they were going down anyways, and what kind of worked out for them at the time. And so in a league where there's no relegation and you have these blueprints, like they always say, sports are copycat leagues, right? You look at, if you're in the NBA and you see a team like OKC or San Antonio or all these younger teams that have been built through accumulating young players in the draft and draft picks and whatnot. I would be, if I was one of those, whether it's a fan or a general manager or whatever it is, I would be saying, well, what's so different about what we're doing than what those guys did? Maybe just I think the part that I think the NBA and its corporate sponsors don't like is the blatantness of it, especially because they're the gambling companies and whatnot. I think because if you have teams that are going to be cannon fodder, who's going to bet on those games when the spread's like 18.5 points? Or but I mean, I think that's just an overreaction, to be honest. I think the NBA has never been this competitive. There's never been this much talent. Even these teams that we're mentioning, like Utah and Memphis, will do a deep dive, later on. They got bright futures, man. If they played our cards right, like they could be at the top of the league in a couple of years. I mean, it's a smart thing to do, in my opinion, to keep accumulating talent and doing that. And so, yeah, I don't know what the big controversy is, but it's going to be a big day. In a couple of hours, we're going to find out who wins the draft lottery, and then
who wins La Liga.
Who wins La Liga?
Yeah. Barcelona can clinch it against their big rivals. So.
Yeah, big day, Classico, and then obviously Happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful mothers out there.
Thank you, Mom. Love you, Mom.
I just slurred my words there. Happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful mothers out there. It is officially a Mother's Day.
That's
right.
Yeah,
Happy Mother's Day to all the beautiful mothers out there. So from all of us here at the Unfiltered Report, we want to extend our sincerest thanks and gratitude to all the beautiful moms out there that have, especially in our cases, that have, helped us get to where we want to be and where we want to go.
And number one fans, baby.
We wouldn't be anywhere close without them. And not to say, shout out Father's Day in a month too. And but yeah, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. May everyone out there have a splendid day with their loved ones. Really cherish those moments, as best you can. And cheers to the best to come, man. This has been a fucking pleasure. This is about 4 hours and 12 minutes.
Holy smokes,
man.
One last holy smokes for the night.
One last holy smokes for the night. This has been the Unfiltered Report After Dark, Volume 1 with my guy D. Cheers to many more volumes of these After Dark recordings. I hope you all enjoyed this as much as the two of us had. Honestly, man, we could do this for another couple hours.
We might start slurring. We might start speaking different languages.
But we probably could, man. But that's the beauty of it. We'll keep them ramped up, man. Cheers to
right.
everyone out there. Happy Mother's Day. Stay safe.
Happy
Yeah.
Mother's Day, Mom. Love you.